palsy. And it caught on very quickly and has become really widespread use in labor, and has not been shown to decrease rates of cerebral palsy, but has greatly increased the rates of cesarean section because we are scrutinizing that baby's heartbeat 24 hours a day, 7 days a week while that patient is in labor, and acting on things that we see. So we've had to adjust our practice over time to analyze and interpret those tracings better, to know when we should be patient and sit on a fetal tracing that's showing some changes versus when we should step in and act, so that we can really balance the rate of improved outcomes from fetal monitoring with a healthy C-section rate.
Well, I don't understand, Sarah Church. Why hasn't it decreased the amount of births of children with cerebral palsy or lack of oxygen or other kind of complications? Why?
So cerebral palsy is really a very multifactorial condition outcome. And so what they've found is that it's really not just birth asphyxia that's causing that. It's probably a more long-term or even earlier damage that's occurring. So while fetal monitoring can allow us to pick up some acute issues and is really screening for fetal acidosis, which is that building up of the acidic levels of the blood because of lower oxygen levels. That's what it is screening for in reality. It's not really something that is screening for the conditions that can cause cerebral palsy.
So if it's not cerebral palsy, though, is it showing that continuous fetal monitoring, even though it does come with more C-sections, is it in general improving outcomes, altogether in a population for, adverse outcomes, stillbirths, all kinds of things that can go wrong in delivery?
So studies have not
really
demonstrated an improvement in outcomes.
Really? And that's not intuitive at all. So that's
right.
Really
it's not
surprising.
Intuitive at all. And it's very, we still utilize it as a tool. So there's a balance, and there are certainly low-risk patients that do not need continuous fetal monitoring that are better off with intermittent fetal monitoring, and we try to use that when it's appropriate to balance that. But it's a tool that we rely pretty heavily on, even though it has not shown improvement in outcomes and has shown increased.
But it makes you feel better because in the moment.
It makes us feel better because we're watching. And, I think that those acute instances, there are certainly babies that we catch things that would have had bad outcomes.
Okay.
But so I think on an individual basis, there can be instances where we are catching things and intervening before there becomes a big problem. But it's probably the hundreds of patients that we intervene on that wouldn't have had a problem that is causing that kind of imbalance of what we're seeing in research outcomes versus what we would expect to see.
Right. So many C-sections and C-sections and C-sections. And then very often it seems like, Sarah Church, that women, at least anecdotally, my friends that are in their 40s now, it just doesn't seem like women get VBACs anymore. I'm like, I don't understand. Your first birth was whatever. Why does that necessarily mean you have to have a C-section again? And they're like, because my doctor told me I have to. And I was surprised by that.
So I think, there's a lot of considerations to make in that individual decision for a person about whether or not they're going to have a VBAC versus a C-section. The overall trends are really encouraging VBACs for the vast majority of people. So we should be looking for those VBAC offerings to increase.
You should, because it depends on the reason why. I mean, if a woman has too small a pelvis, then okay, she's always going to have a C-section. But if she has a unusual kind of breech birth like your mother did and I did, then there's no reason why the next baby, if the baby's in position, can't come out the natural way. And it's better for the baby. It's better for the mother.
Exactly. So that's really, for people who have had a previous C-section, that's really an important conversation to have to your provider, your midwife, or your OB about whether or not you're a good candidate. If they think not, what makes you not a good candidate? What are your options? And it's good to have those conversations early on in the pregnancy. It might not be something that's really decided finally until the end, because there are things that can come up. There are things that can change circumstances. But if your provider does not think you're a good candidate for a VBAC, it's helpful to know that early and figure out why. And if it doesn't make sense to you, that's a good point to explore your options and see if there are care providers that are more aligned with your goals.
Well, Sarah Church, it's been a pleasure to speak with you. You're so knowledgeable about what you do. Typically, the midwives I've spoken to have a real passion and love for their career. It's almost like a calling. Are you one of those people as well?
Oh, absolutely. I think you put your heart and soul into it, and if it's not something that you love to do, you really can't do it. You would burn out too fast.
Yeah, you would burn out too fast. But it's a beautiful thing to bring life into the world, right?
It is, and it's really an honor to be brought into those intimate moments in a woman's life. Even in their GYN care, to have those are times when you're feeling very vulnerable, and to have somebody develop that bond and that trust in that situation of GYN, birth, loss sometimes, it's really a very special place to be.
It certainly is. Sarah Church, thank you so much for joining us. If you are thinking about midwifery or whatever your options are as you're thinking about having a baby or post-baby, because we have been speaking with various practitioners in our Women's Health Matters series and learning the array of services post-baby that midwives can offer. You can ask for Sarah Church. She's at Norwalk Hospital. She's the big honcho there. She's the director of the program. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you. I really appreciate it, Lisa.
Pleasure.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Showers and a thunderstorm through this afternoon with a high and low 60s. More showers this evening and overnight near 50. Any showers end by midday Friday, clearing in the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's May 14th. On this day, a couple of guys named Richard and Maurice McDonald open up their first restaurant in San Bernardino, California. McDonald's. In 2014, the National September 11th Memorial Museum was dedicated in New York City.
You walk through to the wall of faces, lined from floor to ceiling with smiling fathers, daughters, brothers, nieces, family.
In 2023, Martha Stewart, at 81, was on the cover of the Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue.
Usually I'm motivated by pay, but this time I was motivated by showing people that a woman my age can still look good, feel good, be good, blah, blah, blah.
May 14th.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. This is where Fairfield County comes for local news. WICC 695.9. The voice of Connecticut. WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. The U.S. Supreme Court has issued a decision that could have a ripple effect across the trucking industry. Sean Montgomery, who lost part of his leg in a crash involving a truck, said C.H. Robinson, the country's largest freight broker, should be liable for their role in putting the driver on the road despite serious red flags. The High Court says he can sue the company. Loyola Law School professor Lori Levinson.
These large trucking companies cannot escape liability simply by reinventing themselves, be chameleon companies owned by people overseas when they really do have a very dangerous safety record.
Senators on Capitol Hill have approved a measure to withhold their pay when the government is closed for business. CBS's Allison Keyes explains.
Senators have voted unanimously to withhold their own pay during government shutdowns whenever one or more agencies are affected. Their money would be released once the funding is restored, and lawmakers say that would ensure that they share the burden faced by federal workers. Federal employees from the TSA to the Coast Guard dealt with mental health and money woes amid the shutdowns.
CBS's Jim Crisula reports on a tragedy in the American Southwest.
All 4 people aboard a medical aircraft have been killed in a crash near Capitan, New Mexico. The crash ignited a fire near the town that sits at the base of the Sierra Blanca Range in south-central New Mexico. The plane had taken off from an airport in Roswell, New Mexico.
CBS News has learned that U.S. Border Patrol Chief Michael Banks is resigning. More from CBS's Mugo Odigwe.
Banks was the Texas border czar from 2023 up until the beginning of just last year when President Trump appointed him to lead Border Patrol.
Banks is the latest top Trump administration immigration official to leave in recent months, preceded by former Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem and former Border Patrol Commander Gregory Bovino. A prom photo shoot involving a helicopter has become a political fight in an Illinois city.
Quintina Brown, the parks director in Markham, south of Chicago, hired a helicopter to land at a city park so her daughter could pose with it. City officials say Brown didn't have the power to authorize that landing, and city attorney Bert Odelson says Brown may have paid for it with a taxpayer-funded credit card.
The plot thickens, as they say.
Markham Mayor Roger Akpawa.
Why wouldn't somebody question that?
Brown says she just wanted to provide her daughter with a memorable experience. Police ticketed her and the pilot for disorderly conduct. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Chip startup Cerebras Systems hits $80 billion in value in a strong stock debut. It underscores demand for equities tied to the artificial intelligence investment boom. Stocks are up on Wall Street. This is CBS News.
Join Adriana Diaz and Kelly O'Grady for the perfect start to your weekend. Ease into your Saturday with CBS Saturday Morning on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
For the best FCIAC high school baseball and lacrosse coverage, listen to Bats and Sticks with Dave Rudin. Tune in every Sunday at 11 a.m. on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9. Bats and Sticks, brought to you by Duchess. Fresh food served fast.
WICC 600 and 95.9. Voice of Connecticut local news update.
Former New Britain Mayor Erin Stewart has suspended her campaign for governor amid an ongoing investigation into Stewart's use of her city-issued credit card during her time as mayor. Stewart was considered to be the front-runner in the Republican gubernatorial campaign. She suspended her campaign earlier this morning, just a short time after a just-released report alleges that Stewart, quote, showed a reckless disregard for policies that govern the use of public funds. That statement comes from the report released by the Crombie Law Group hired by current Democratic New Britain Mayor Bobby Sanchez. The report alleges that Stewart's use of the city-issued credit card was, quote, consistently used to fund routine living expenses. This morning, Connecticut State Police confirmed they had been commissioned to begin an investigation. In a statement released in conjunction with the suspension of her campaign, Stewart said in part, quote, I take the allegations that have been made against me very seriously, and for that reason, I am suspending my gubernatorial campaign effective immediately so that I can focus on addressing those claims. Later in the statement, Stewart also said, quote, I have spoken to Senator Ryan Fazio and informed him of my decision. I also told him that he has my full support in becoming our party's nominee, and I encourage all delegates who were supporting me to now support him. She ended the statement with, quote, it is my intention not only to suspend my campaign, but also to step back from public life as I do what is necessary to address these questions and make things right. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Road construction on the Merritt northbound in Greenwich until 4 p.m. One lane only between exits 19A and 3 and exits 5 and 8. In Westport, road construction right lane closed until 4 p.m. on the Merritt northbound between exits 21 and 27. Sponsored by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Showers this evening and overnight near 50. Any showers end by midday Friday, clearing by later in the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. Saturday, sunny and warmer with a high in the upper 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorak on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Geez, is there anything going on today? I'm not sure. Hi there, how are you? 207 over almost 208 right here. Connecticut Today, Erin Stewart suspending her campaign for governor on the Republican side, which now puts the spotlights on Ryan Fazio, who is I would say, maybe the presumptive nominee at this point. I don't know. You don't know what Erin Stewart's pledged delegates are going to do for the convention coming up day after tomorrow. Actually, the Republicans are starting tomorrow. It's a 2-day convention. Friday into Saturday, the nominating votes will take place on Saturday for the governor and the lieutenant governor, so I've been told, out at Mohegan Sun. But a couple of things here as we get into this discussion. Number one, no stupid jokes, no name calling, because the stuff I've seen online aimed at Erin Stewart, whether you like her or not, some of the stuff is just vile. So we're not going to do that here. If you sound stupid over the next 2 days, you're going to get hung up on. So nobody, you'll get hung up on. I'll dump your call with a delay. So, if you're going to try and call here and be cute, go somewhere else. All right? Because you've got a person here who is in the spotlight. And yes, she apparently, and let's understand too, that these are allegations. She hasn't faced a day in a court of law. We don't know if it'll even come to that. Yes, the state police are involved here. We all know that. So let's have a little class in talking about this. But listen, having said that, what are your thoughts on this? So she went ahead and issued a statement of which you heard part of from Chris. I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'm going to read a couple of paragraphs here just in case you've been tied up and you're like, wait a minute, she dropped out? And you know what has happened here. There have been several allegations. This started a few weeks back with allegations that somebody in her office went ahead and looked at maybe backdating property tax payment checks to get rid of the 18% state mandated interest. That she denied it was anybody in her office or she knew if anybody was doing that. Then you had the scenario where she claimed she got a quote about what she would get as much as far as a pension is concerned, because she's termed 12 years. She served 12 years as mayor and 2 more years, I guess, on the Board of Ed or the school board, but that's only 14 years. Minimum is 20 years to get a pension in New Britain. Then the scenario of the credit card stuff. So here's what she said. I'll give it to you, and we've already got people hanging on the phone here. So we'll get to that momentarily. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. She wrote in part, today I'm announcing that I'm suspending my campaign for governor of Connecticut effective immediately. The continued allegations from New Britain City Hall have understandably taken over this race and diverted attention away from the critical mission of saving our state from high taxes, high costs, the most expensive energy in America, and low opportunity for young people. Now, she continues here, quote, as I said Tuesday night, public service comes with scrutiny, and I've always accepted that. Anybody who knows me, whether from my years serving the people of New Britain, working alongside colleagues, or simply as a friend, daughter, wife, and mother, knows the kind of leader I've always tried to be. She goes on to say here, I'll give you one more paragraph, because then she starts to wax poetic about the campaign, about her donor base and whatever. She says, I take the allegations that have been made against me very seriously, and for that reason, I'm suspending my gubernatorial campaign effective immediately so I can focus on addressing those claims. yesterday, meaning yesterday, Wednesday, I requested copies of the relevant documents. We'll be reviewing them carefully. I will take accountability for any mistakes. And here's an important line, folks. What did I say yesterday? And I intend to make full and complete restitution to the city of New Britain, my home, for anything that I owe. We didn't hear that prior to today, did we? It is extraordinarily difficult to make this decision because we have run an amazing campaign so far. All right, and it goes on for another 2 or 3 paragraphs. No need to really wax poetic here about your campaign. We kind of know what happened here. But what did I say yesterday, and it's been pointed out by other folks on this radio station today, when you use the R word, and I mean, obviously, whatever legal representation she has in her campaign or personally, one would think that that legal representation was used to help her draft that statement. But this is the key. The last few days, you didn't hear anything like this until today. Quote, I will take accountability for my mistakes, and I intend to make full and complete restitution to the city of New Britain, my home, for anything I owe. So there it is. You cannot issue that sentence and still maintain a campaign. You can't. Because that sentence, and look, I'm no lawyer here, I'm no legal eagle here, but to me, you hear that sentence, and it kind of sort of sounds a little, sniff test there, kind of sounds a little bit like, well, yeah, you got me. And again, these are allegations. Nothing's been proven yet. There's where the state police are involved now. And that's serious stuff. So your thoughts on this? And again, the obvious thought, and again, let's go easy on the state party chairman, Ben Proda, who's a friend of mine. Everybody's now jumping on him, whatever. Listen, let's let this play out. Because I'm sure if Erin Stewart or anybody in her position has information that could help her, if she's coming under scrutiny and she can talk and name names, maybe she will. I don't know. I don't know how this shakes out, but the allegations are serious here. And again, there's another part of this that beyond the money, beyond the 20 grand or the 200 grand, is going to have a lasting impact on people. We'll talk about that momentarily. Mike in Shelton. Mike, hang on. Stay there. You'll be first up when we go to the phones. But we start with a simple question here at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Erin Stewart has suspended her gubernatorial campaign. What are your thoughts? I'm not asking you whether you're you can tell me if you're happy or not, or sad, or PO'd, or laughing, or giggling, or use any emoji you want. But what are your thoughts here? And will there be a lasting impact on the voters of Connecticut? I'll get to that momentarily. Mike, you're first up after we do a little business, traffic, and weather together, all that. Coming up, go to the phones on WICC.
You listen to the voice of Connecticut whenever you're in the car. You stream us on your computer at work. And when you get home, you can listen through your Amazon Echo. Just say, Alexa, play WICC. Hear all your favorite Fairfield County news and talk on the voice of Connecticut anytime, wherever you have your smart speaker. Say, Alexa, play WICC.
It sounds like
It goes
it's like a whistle?
No matter what noise your car is making, call Fairfield Motor Works, 203-333-1800. Specializing in Audi, BMW, Mercedes, and domestics, it's honest, reliable repairs at low prices. For the mechanic you can trust, call Fairfield Motor Works, 203-333-1800. So when your car goes ping or swoosh, call 203-333-1800. Fairfield Motor Works, in Fairfield, off exit 25. They keep you going. Fairfield Motor Works.
A collision on a motorcycle isn't like any other accident. A lot of lawyers don't understand that. Probably because they've never been on a bike. At the law firm of Trantolo and Trantolo, we ride, and we get it. If you're hurt on your bike, you need somebody who understands what you're going through, who knows how to get you the money you deserve and how to get you back on the road. If you're injured on a motorcycle, don't fight solo. Trantolo and Trantolo. Get your free case assessment at trantololaw.com. That's trantololaw.com.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet.
With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit L&J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
A cancer diagnosis comes with so many questions. Should you get a second opinion? What's the right treatment? How do you tell your kids? You don't need more questions in your life. You need world-class cancer care here in Fairfield County. That's why Stamford Health collaborates with Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, ranked number 3 nationally for cancer care. Your search for answers stops when our care for you starts. Stamford Health.
Need a new roof? If you've got cracked or curled shingles, the answer is yes. I'm Eddie Griffin, owner of Brown Roofing, your local roofing expert since 1972. We don't just install your roof, we fortify it. Backed by a 50-year no-leak warranty. Payments start as low as $99 per month. Connecticut homeowners have trusted Brown Roofing for over 50 years. Call today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Are you worried about inflation, market volatility, taxes, and what the Fed might do next? You know, navigating today's financial landscape can be overwhelming and stressful, but the good news is you don't have to go at it alone. Tune in to Mastering Your Wealth with David Gagnon for insights and strategies to help you protect and grow your wealth. You can join David every Saturday morning at 8 right here on WICC 600. You can also visit David online at masteringyourwealthradio.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Road construction on the Merritt northbound in Greenwich until 4 p.m. One lane only between exits 19A and 3 and exits 5 and 8. In Westport, road construction right lane closed until 4 p.m. on the Merritt northbound between exits 21 and 27. Sponsored by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, there will be showers with a low near 50. Any showers end by midday Friday, clearing later in the afternoon. Partly sunny with a high in the mid-60s. Saturday, sunny and warm with a high in the upper 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Westport's live and local news source for 100 years. The voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, great to be with you right here at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Aaron Stewart, to the surprise at this point of maybe not too many people, suspending her gubernatorial campaign. Now, by the way, if you're wondering, because this comes up all the time, when you suspend your campaign versus ending it, I think it has to do with what you can do with the money you have already raised. So a lot of times a suspension of a campaign is not the same as formally ending it. People say, well, you know, if it's suspended, that means could it start again? Well, technically, yeah, but ... Let's kick off the phone parade today. Mike starts us off in Shelton. Mike, how are you? What's up?
I'm doing well. I just right off the bat, I want to ask, who was responsible for doing the annual audits of the expenditures? And when do we just flip that rock over?
Yeah, Mike, there's a lot, Mike, right? This story here has, as upfront as some of the details are in this, Mike, there are other questions in this, like you just raised here. I mean, she was mayor for 12 years.
You know, 20 grand 1 year is one thing. 20 grand for 12 years.
Yeah.
Who's watching the store?
And you know, you wonder here, Mike. And she claimed early on she had approval for all this. All right, well, where's your approval? Where's it signed off? But you know, Mike, I think at the risk of sounding just trite here, to me, there are other layers in this, you know?
Oh, I mean, it takes 3 people to approve my expense reports when I travel for work. So,
yeah. Yeah. I mean, Mike, and that's the point here. And the allegations are, well, as soon as she left office, people started talking. You know? It's
So who else in City Hall was playing fast and loose?
Well, and here's the thing, and Mike, thank you for the call. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, is that going to be part of her defense here? Now, two wrongs don't make a right, but as Mike said, for him personally, he needs 3 approvals on expenses, right? When I was doing my road college broadcast, as I said, my expenses would essentially have 2 approvals. In other words, I was running the crew of broadcasters we had at Quinnipiac, so I was kind of on one angle approving myself, but then we had a couple 3 business managers in the athletic department, and I would hand in and say, this was my last stuff on the road trip. There were 2 forms that, for everything I spent, there were 2 forms plus a receipt. And they told me, hey, Paul, we love you, but unless you do these 2 forms for the trip, which include gas and tolls and car rental and hotel rooms and everything, and $35 a day, meal money, whatever, no alcohol, that's on your own tab. You want to have a cocktail at the bar in the hotel and sit and have a few libations with the coaches, that's on your dime. I said, okay, but again, I needed to claim that 2 multi-part reimbursement forms and receipts, of which I made 2 or 3 extra copies of each one. You know how much paper I was pushing every day? And yeah, the forms were on a computer, but I still had to go and fill them out on a computer and get that all printed out and do it in email. And oh my God. But they paid me for it, so I'm not going to care. But, this is, as our last caller said, there's an angle to this that's just wild. Where, all right, sometimes if she or any other Politico got caught after like a year, or something like that, or 2 years. But you have a scenario here where, now again, who knows how far back these allegations go? But, 12 years, 6 2-year terms. But again, let's stop short of drawing a conclusion on this, because I am sure as if and when this investigation goes into more layers, if it will, things are going to shift, are going to change. And I know there are people online saying, well, what are the Democrats say? It doesn't matter. Do you understand something? From this point forward, it doesn't matter what the Democrats are doing. Now, it does in a sense, but in reality now, it's a different thing. Don't do that with me. Don't blame the current. Don't blame the TV stations. Don't blame Hearst. The situation, listen, and again, these are allegations, but nobody at Hearst allegedly made her do this stuff with the City P card. Nobody at the Kern did. Nobody at a radio or TV station did, as much as you people would like to say. Is it a question of coverage? Well, not really, because, those outlets have covered a lot of the corruption that's gone on at the feet of Governor Ned Lamont. But the problem is, in a blue state, the voters, not the media, but the voters tend to look the other way every time you list stuff that goes on, under a blue administration here. Lord knows how long have how big of a list have I rattled off with that? Deirdre Giffords, the whole alleged bribe thing with her and the Medicaid or Medicare investigation. Costas Diamantis, Terrence Cheng, Diamantis with the school construction board, the massive cost overruns on the state pier in New London. I mean, all this stuff. Doug McCrory, all this stuff going on. But my biggest fear is not so much the money thing. It's an attitudinal thing. We'll talk about that coming up right here. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Aaron Stewart looks to be in big, big trouble, perhaps after suspending her race for governor. Give me your thoughts on that.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Road construction on the Merritt northbound in Greenwich causing stop-and-go traffic with a right lane closed until 4 p.m., causing a single lane between exits 19A and exit 3 and exit 5 and exit 8. Also in Westport, you got road construction with the right lane closed until 4 p.m. on the Merritt northbound between exits 21 and 27. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Showers this evening and overnight near 50. Any showers end by midday Friday, clearing by later in the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. Saturday, sunny and warmer with a high in the upper 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance, the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Town Fair Tire is New England's largest volume discount tire dealer with over 125 locations. So we sell name brand tires for the guaranteed lowest price, like Michelin tires, with all-season capabilities and maximum performance. Plus, Town Fair will give you more free services for life on your Michelin tires, for longer tread life and reliable traction in both wet and dry conditions. For the guaranteed lowest price on Michelin tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text SPARK to 215-215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text SPARK to 215-215. That's SPARK to 215-215.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance, the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News brief. President Trump says his discussions with China's President Xi today were great. China says Xi delivered a warning on Taiwan. Delaware Democrat Chris Coons.
He didn't mention Taiwan. Yes. He berated President Trump about how it would cause great problems if we didn't back off our support for Taiwan, and President Trump did not respond.
Admiral Brad Cooper tells Congress Iran is now limited in what it can do to control the Strait of Hormuz.
The degradation means it's been significant. But some residual capability does exist.
Ukraine says Russia has carried out the most extensive attacks in that war. The BBC's Moira Alderson.
Kyiv officials said that the missile and drone attack had targeted several apartment buildings and that rescuers were still searching through rubble. It's the third day in a row Ukraine has reported deaths.
At least 6 deaths reported today. CBS News Brief. I'm Steve Kathan.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Former New Britain Mayor Erin Stewart has suspended her campaign for governor amid an ongoing investigation into Stewart's use of her city-issued credit card during her time as mayor. Stewart was considered to be the front-runner in the Republican gubernatorial campaign. She suspended her campaign earlier this morning, just a short time after a just-released report alleges that Stewart, quote, showed a reckless disregard for policies that govern the use of public funds. That statement comes from the report released by the Crombie Law Group, hired by current Democratic Mayor of New Britain, Bobby Sanchez. The report alleges that Stewart's use of the city-issued credit card was, quote, consistently used to fund routine living expenses. This morning, Connecticut State Police confirmed they had been commissioned to begin an investigation. In a statement released in conjunction with the suspension of her campaign, Stewart said in part, quote, I take the allegations that have been made against me very seriously, and for that reason, I am suspending my gubernatorial campaign effective immediately so that I can focus on addressing those claims. Later in the statement, Stewart also said, quote, I have spoken to Senator Ryan Fazio and informed him of my decision. I also told him that he has my full support in becoming our party's nominee, and I encourage all delegates who were supporting me to now support him. She ended the statement with, quote, it is my intention not only to suspend my campaign, but also to step back from public life as I do what is necessary to address these questions and make things right. Connecticut State Police are identifying the third person who died in a crash on Route 15 in Stratford. 1-year-old Yanalette DePaz was one of 3 people in a Honda Civic that was involved in a 3-vehicle crash on Sunday morning. The crash also claimed the lives of 29-year-old Maria Vasquez-Chacon and 21-year-old Jocelyn Vasquez-Chacon. The driver of the Lexus that allegedly caused the crash fled from the scene. Former Connecticut First Lady Nikki O'Neill has died. She was the wife of the late Governor William O'Neill, who was in office from 1980 to 1991. Connecticut 1st District Democratic Congressman John Larson said Nikki O'Neill served the state with honor, grace, and dignity. 2nd District Democratic Congressman Joe Courtney said her gregarious, sharp wit will be missed but not forgotten. Mrs. O'Neill was 90 years old. Connecticut health officials have confirmed the state's first case of Clade 1M pox, formerly known as monkeypox, in a resident who recently traveled to Western Europe, where the virus has spread. The Connecticut Department of Public Health said the case was identified and confirmed at the State Public Health Laboratory in Rocky Hill, adding that there's currently no broader public health threat connected to the isolated case. Health experts say mpox symptoms can include fever, headache, and a distinctive rash, with the virus spreading through close physical contact and remaining contagious until lesions fully heal. Officials are urging people at higher risk to stay informed about symptoms and vaccination options as health agencies continue to monitor for additional cases. New Haven Mayor Justin Elicker must stop speaking publicly about a wrongful conviction case. That ruling was ordered by a federal judge after an interview with NBC Connecticut on April 30th. The case stems from a 1990 double murder involving police misconduct. One man, Stefan Morant, spent 21 years in prison until his release in 2015 and was later exonerated, while another man who was convicted and exonerated received a $9 million settlement with the city. Morant is suing the New Haven Police Department in response. And the sale of the Connecticut Sun was finalized by the WNBA and NBA last night, and the team will move to Houston next year. Despite efforts to stop the move, the team was purchased from the Mohegan tribe by the owner of the Houston Rockets, Tillman Fertitta. The Suns' final season in Connecticut is off to a poor start with an 0-3 record. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Road construction on the Merritt northbound in Greenwich causing stop-and-go traffic with a right lane closed until 4 p.m., causing a single lane between exits 19A and exit 3 and exit 5 and exit 8. Also in Westport, you got road construction with the right lane closed until 4 p.m. on the Merritt northbound between exits 21 and 27. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, there will be showers with a low near 50. Any showers end by midday Friday, clearing later in the afternoon. Partly sunny with a high in the mid-60s. Saturday, sunny and warm with a high in the upper 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Milford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, what do you think? What are your thoughts? Aaron Stewart suspending her campaign. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Two sad aspects of this story, and whether you're a flag-waving Republican or a flag-waving and card-carrying Democrat, take a step back for a minute and think about this. Two situations here, two parts of this that that both kind of make you sad, but having said that, they add to the head-shaking factor of this whole thing. Number one, and the reaction that I'm hearing from a lot of people, both in person here at Connoisseur and also online that I've been chatting with, and, people that are in the know about this in the political circle and not, you have to wonder. And again, it's not just politicians here. You hear about this in businesses. You hear about this locally and nationally. People who actually think, with all the paper trails we have, we're not doing this by hand anymore. All this stuff is digitized, purchasing records, travel records. For some reason, or for whatever reason, not even just with Aaron Stewart, but it has to be in this case is what we're discussing. Apparently, and again, I have to be careful here because we don't know whether she's going to get charged with anything. But how many times do we hear stories like this? And you sit back and you just, you take that deep breath, that big deep breath, and you ask yourself some version of, what was she thinking? Or what were they thinking? Or did they think they wouldn't get caught? And you hear about this. You hear about this in businesses a lot too, out of politics. Like, in fact, sometimes you hear about those stories of, a bank teller who grabs a couple of dollars here and hey, the end of the day at the drawers, right? The teller, yeah, it doesn't resolve perfectly. It's off by a few bucks. Yeah, okay, whatever. Now, I guess they clamped down on that, but remember years ago, oh, yeah, as long as the draw is close. I remember when we had our family store, and at the end of the day, what's the word I'm looking for? I'll get it. You know what I mean. When you when you take a look at how much money was in the draw at the beginning of the day and how much you have at 5:30 or 6 o'clock when you close, and then you compare it to all the register tapes, and you say, okay, we should have an extra $2,000 from the business we did today, and you count it. And it's all right. Instead of $2,000, it's $1,997. All right, whatever. We used to say it's a small family store. There's no corporate person watching us, so $3, whatever. But you hear about, right? You would hear about that. Maybe not so much now, but the business manager, the accounts payable person, the accounts receivable person. They had been somewhere for 20 or 30 years, and all of a sudden you see in a story nationally or locally in your hometown, hey, somebody arrested for, what is larceny over the years. And what do they say? It started small, this and the other. So, the first notion of that, before we go back to the phones, Dave and Franklin, hang on. The first notion of that is, it's amazing people assuming that the situation isn't much better for Aaron Stewart once they dive deeper into it. But it does amaze me how many people just continue doing this. Now, and forgive me, I'm going to go way out on a limb here. Is that and again, I'm not necessarily pointing this at Ms. Stewart, but a lot of times there will be other things going on, mental health issues. Look at the soon-to-be, I guess he's ex-chief now, Carl Jacobson in New Haven, right? And we found out a few weeks ago, 60, 70, 80 grand he allegedly pilfered from one of the cash accounts at the police department for informants. And it was a gambling thing, so who knows? There's another part of this, too, that is frustrating for people who have kind of a general distrust of politicians, whether it's Republican or Democrat or mayor or dog catcher or whatever. We'll get to that momentarily. Before we do a break here, Dave in Meriden with us. Dave, how are you? No, Dave, hang on, Dave. Hold on just a second. We'll be back to you momentarily. I got a little glitchy in the board here. All right, we'll get to Dave. We'll get to Franklin momentarily at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. But what are your thoughts here? Even if you were not going to vote for Ms. Stewart, the former mayor, and even if you had a scenario where you would say, I would never vote for a Republican, you've got to feel sad and some sympathy here that allegedly somebody who did what they did allegedly saw fit to go ahead and do this and run for the office. All right, we'll get to that momentarily. Dave and Franklin, hang on. We'll be right back with you right here on WICC.
Is your DIY security not giving you the security you need for the next level of security? Call Trumbull-based Property Protection Consulting. PPC can use your existing system or install a new system. Floodlights, cameras, and security devices working in concert. All from one simple app for smart home and business security tailored to your needs and lifestyle. Get a complimentary assessment. Go to ppcalarms.com. Book your complimentary assessment. ppcalarms.com. They get 5-star reviews for a reason.
Looking for complete dental care in one convenient location? Visit Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Their expert team includes a general dentist, periodontist, and oral surgeon. So whether you need a routine checkup and cleaning, dental implants, or wisdom teeth extraction, they've got you covered. Quality care all under one roof. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Stop-and-go traffic is on the Merritt northbound between Greenwich and Westport, being caused by construction with the right lane closed until 4 p.m. and there's a single lane. This is between exits 19A and 3, exits 5 and 8, and exits 21 and 27. Sponsored by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Showers this evening and overnight near 50. Any showers end by midday Friday, clearing by later in the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. Saturday, sunny and warmer with a high in the upper 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Grab your smartphone and get our app so you don't miss any of the conversation. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli continues on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Got a text here. Dave, hang on, and Franklin, we'll be right with you. Well, you know what? Let me take the calls first because I got a text here, and I'm just, with all due respect to the person who texted me here, I'm going to get to that momentarily, but I'm kind of reading this and just shaking my head. Franklin in Seymour is up. Franklin, how are you? What's up?
Good. I was just going to say that everything's crazy now.
Yeah.
With this. Years ago, because I've been a Boy Scouter for 60 years.
Yeah.
Years ago, you'd come to the troop meeting. Hey, I have spare time. I want to help.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Well, you have to go get fingerprinted. They do a credit check, and they investigate you.
Yeah.
And school bus drivers, I just retired for 20 years. I don't know how far back, but years and years ago, you went and said, I can drive a school bus. I have spare time. Great. And they would, give you a quick lesson, bang, and you drive the school bus. Now, same thing.
So, Franklin, are you saying now that she wasn't thoroughly investigated enough here? Because should people have picked up on this earlier?
I almost going to say any party. They should know.
Yeah.
That if you're a Democrat, you're a Republican, you're an independent, they're going to investigate you going back 40 years.
And Franklin, thank you for the call. Appreciate it. Franklin brings up an interesting point there. You wonder what the blowback will be on the Republican Party hierarchy in Connecticut. And our friend of the program, Ben Proto, he's already getting he's getting some blowback here online saying, was there no vetting? Now, again, like I said, I worked for a couple of campaigns in the 2010 cycle, and both campaigns asked me, they looked me straight in the eye very intensely. The campaign chairs and the candidates said, is there anything in your background, anything that's going to embarrass us? And I thought for a minute, and I said, no, not really. I stole a candy bar when I was 5 years old. But other than that, that's it. What can I tell you? So Franklin's right. There is going to, you watch. One of the lines in the main campaign is going to be, well, how can you trust Republicans? Look at who their front runner was. And I'm not saying that to be mad or nasty, but you just know it's going to be there. Dave in Meriden here. Dave, how are you, sir? What's up?
Good, Paul. Hey, with all this with Erin, she had to get out of the campaign now.
Yeah.
And, all I know is any job I ever had where I had an expense account, I had to show receipts. I, had to prove where I was.
Yeah.
And I never would have even thought of, for an example, would go into some gentleman's club for lunch, unless I was entertaining a client there. You got to, what was she thinking? I mean, my God, you're not going to get caught, diapers.
Well, yeah, and Dave, the other thing was, again, it's a big enough city. You would think the city. Now, again, this is all going to be very interesting, Dave, unless she cops a plea to any charges that may come up. But that's, anybody like you or I or our previous callers who's ever had to handle expense account stuff, like who was watching this? Or were they told, Dave, is this going to be a scenario where they told, hey, just mind your own business? I don't know.
No.
I don't know.
Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Dave. Appreciate it. Yeah, and again, I'm just kind of freestyling here, just spitballing of all that. But come on, you've been thinking the same thing too. If it was for a year and it was $500 and it was for a night out with her family and staff, she could have got up there. She said, you know what? It was only $500. I'll pay the city back with, $500 or $600 plus interest. Whatever. Here's $1,000. I'm sorry. You can investigate everything. We were all tired one night, and I said, screw it, let's all go out for dinner. It got a little more pricey than I thought, and I honestly forgot to do the reimbursement here out of my own, out of the mayor's office fund or whatever. So, but to me, the biggest, the saddest part of this, assuming, and let's assume here, but I know that's dangerous to do, but having said that, let's assume that the charges do not get better or they get worse or they stay the same. It is sad that you have a scenario where you have somebody, and whether it's Democrat or Republican, whatever, and this happens every so often, where you have somebody who seems to be right out of central casting. You know, young woman, young mother, one or two kids, I think blue collar husband from Roots, where her father was mayor, and a lot of people, including myself. What did I tell you? I thought that if she was the party endorsed candidate, you know, you sit there and you say, well, that, you know, the contrast of her next to Ned Lamont during a possible debate, and the fact that she's not all that staunch on, you know, some very conservative policies. I believe she's pro-choice, whatever. And I'm thinking to myself, yeah, you know, she might really have a shot here, especially with younger voters and especially with women voters, some of whom who've told me they would never vote for a pro-life candidate here in Connecticut. And all of a sudden you're thinking here going, well, you know, hey, she's got a shot here. And then this happens. And it's sad because people get jaded. And I don't blame them for being jaded, because I'm sure some people, to some extent in this whole thing, may say, oh, man, we were lied to. Allegedly. Again, these are all allegations. One person texts me, hey, Paul, they all do it. Well, no, they don't all do it. I know what you're saying. I have friends and acquaintances in the General Assembly who would never think of doing it, and they haven't. Now, do a lot of high-profile people do it? Sure. This person says she gave up too easy. I thought she was a bit of a fighter. Well, you're a fighter until your lawyer says, listen to me. As one of my old bosses used to say, and he's still a dear friend of mine, he would say, shut up, sit down and listen. This is not a discussion. Let me talk. And I'm sure that the former mayor, Ms. Stewart, over the past few days, probably had some frank conversations with an attorney or three. And this is what you get. Look at all the Dems. They are all guilty. Just maybe they're better at hiding it. Well, yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of corruption or, you know, fires that have had to been put out under Ned Lamont over the first two terms. And here's the thing. You can't make people care about that. You can't. You just, there's no way you make them care about something that they may not care about if it's going to sully the uniform of the team that they root for. I mean, you can't, again, well, why are people letting Lamont's people skate on this? Because they don't care enough. The same thing can be said with the Republicans. Why don't Republicans react more of stuff Trump says? Well, because to them, he's on the right team. This is like cheering for the uniform, which is what all sports is. Players coming, players go. It's like cheering for the uniform. That's what music has become, too. You see a lot of these bands that go on and on and on, these classic rock bands, right? And they come to play a show at, you know, at the arena or at the amphitheater or any of the Xfinity, whatever, the Hartford Arena. And, right, you talk about it with a friend, and the friend says, I would never go to see them. They're not the real band. There's only one surviving member. Or I'm not going to see them. They're on their third freaking singer, and the last two sucked. But you may say, yeah, but I want to hear the music. So sometimes in politics, if the music is what the voter wants, they don't care who's playing it. Now, again, sometimes, too, in politics, that's the opposite. You know, even though they hear the music of the songs, they still are a little jaded because of how it's being played or who's doing it. So, as I say, what do you want me to tell you? Traffic and weather together, news, all that good stuff coming up right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Stop-and-go traffic is on the Merritt northbound between Greenwich and Westport, being caused by construction with the right lane closed until 4 p.m. and there's a single lane This is between exits 19A and 3, exits 5 and 8, and exits 21 and 27. Sponsored by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, there will be showers with a low near 50. Any showers end by midday Friday, clearing later in the afternoon. Partly sunny with a high in the mid-60s. Saturday, sunny and warm with a high in the upper 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
There's danger out there. It lurks on highways and quiet neighborhood streets. It's more likely to kill you than a shark and more terrifying than the biggest snake. Distracted driving claims lives every day. Every notification, swipe, social post, video, or selfie while driving risks your life. So while you might think public speaking or the zombie apocalypse is scary, what's really terrifying and even deadly is distracted driving. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Progressive presents perfectly bad excuses for missing stuff to spend more time on your motorcycle.
Hey, Tom. Gonna miss the 5K. Gotta organize my vitamins. A, B, C. There's so many. D.
Now that was a bad excuse. If you love your vehicle this much, get customized coverage from Progressive, America's #1 motorcycle insurer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in D.C.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, so now the plot thickens heading into the campaigns this weekend, to the big nominating conventions this weekend, the statewide one. Democrats gathering Saturday morning at the Bushnell in Hartford. Republicans gathering tomorrow day and tomorrow night, and Saturday at the Mohegan Sun Casino and complex there. And so now for the Republicans, think about this. Committed delegates to Aaron Stewart, they have to do something. Now, remember, you can release your delegates. You can tell them to do as you want. She is calling for support for Ryan Fazio. But this whole thing ushers in another scenario here that may gum up the works even more. And we'll talk about that coming up next hour. But what if, now remember, previous to this happening over the last couple of days, most of the people I had on the show here and I've talked with behind the scenes kind of were doubting that Betsy McCoy would get to 15%. They said she was probably around 7 or 8% of delegates who were, climbing on to her very conservative message. Well, now you wonder what will happen. We'll go over some of the scenarios coming up, but it's very interesting. Do that, all that, and more coming up right here. WICC.
WICC AM Bridgeport. WICC FM Southport. WEBE HD2 Westport. WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. On the final day of their two-day summit, President Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping aim to stabilize their trading relationship after last year's trade war.
China and the United States both stand to gain from cooperation.
With trade top of mind for President Trump, the White House says China agreed to buy more U.S. agricultural products. The U.S. readout of their meeting had no mention of Taiwan. But for China, it's the top issue, and Beijing warned that there could be clashes and even conflicts if not handled properly.
That's CBS's Natalie Brand reporting. The head of U.S. Border Patrol has resigned. CBS's Linda Kenyon.
Border Patrol Chief Mike Banks has become the latest top Trump administration official to leave. In a farewell message to employees, he stated it is time to return home to Texas and focus on his family and his ranch. Banks also said, quote, "What we have accomplished together in the last year and a half is nothing short of amazing." He added that the employees have, quote, "delivered the most secure border this country has ever seen." Banks replaced Greg Bovino, who served in the position for just 7 months. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, Washington.
An Oklahoma man who was nearly executed 3 times could soon be walking out of jail. CBS's Heather Bosch reports.
A judge has set bond at $500,000 for Richard Glossop as he waits to be retried in the 1997 murder-for-hire killing of his former boss. Glossop, whose case was featured in a 2017 documentary,
I didn't have anything to do with it,
has maintained his innocence. Last year, the U.S. Supreme Court threw out his conviction because prosecutors allowed a key witness to give false testimony. If he makes bail, Glossop would have requirements, including wearing an electronic monitoring device. Heather Bosch, CBS News.
Vice President J.D. Vance in Bangor, Maine, says vital federal government programs are being victimized by fraud, in part because some state governments, including Maine, don't cooperate with Washington, D.C. to stop it.
The threat to the Medicaid program is not us keeping fraudsters away from the Medicaid program. It's the fraudsters raiding that program to begin with. That's the threat to the Medicaid program.
Shoppers pulled back on spending in April as higher gas prices fueled by the Iran war meant less money left over for some non-essentials. CBS News business analyst Jill Schlesinger.
What we are seeing is just the beginning parts of consumers pulling back in some areas to be able to afford higher energy prices. What are those areas? Furniture stores, department stores.
Retail sales rose 0.5% in April, a slowdown from the revised 1.6% in March. Stocks are up on Wall Street. This is CBS News.
Go to the ends of the earth, half a world away. Reach for the stars.
If I take time to think, they might go get Brad.
On CBS, Sunday morning.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
For the best FCAC high school baseball and lacrosse coverage, listen to Bats and Sticks with Dave Rudin. Tune in every Sunday at 11 a.m. on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9. Bats and Sticks, brought to you by Duchess. Fresh food served fast.
WICC 600 and 95.9. Voice of Connecticut local news update.
Former New Britain Mayor Erin Stewart has suspended her campaign for governor amid an ongoing investigation into Stewart's use of her city-issued credit card during her time as mayor. Stewart was considered to be the front-runner in the Republican gubernatorial campaign. She suspended her campaign earlier this morning, just a short time after a just-released report alleges that Stewart, quote, showed a reckless disregard for policies that govern the use of public funds. That statement comes from the report released by the Crombie Law Group hired by current Democratic New Britain Mayor Bobby Sanchez. The report alleges that Stewart's use of the city-issued credit card was, quote, consistently used to fund routine living expenses. This morning, Connecticut State Police confirmed they had been commissioned to begin an investigation. In a statement released in conjunction with the suspension of her campaign, Stewart said in part, quote, I take the allegations that have been made against me very seriously, and for that reason, I am suspending my gubernatorial campaign effective immediately so that I can focus on addressing those claims. Later in the statement, Stewart also said, quote, I have spoken to Senator Ryan Fazio and informed him of my decision. I also told him that he has my full support in becoming our party's nominee, and I encourage all delegates who were supporting me to now support him. She ended the statement with, quote, it is my intention not only to suspend my campaign, but also to step back from public life as I do what is necessary to address these questions and make things right. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
There's road construction on the Merritt northbound between Greenwich and Westport, between exits 19A and 3, exits 5 and 8, and exits 21 and 27, causing stop-and-go traffic. Sponsored by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering complete dental care from A to Z. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Showers this evening and overnight near 50. Any showers end by midday Friday, clearing by later in the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. Saturday, sunny and warmer with a high in the upper 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, back at it here. Hour number 1 of the books. The big hours coming up 2, 3, and 4, by the way. Next hour and in the 5 o'clock hour, we'll have some opinion here on the big story of the day, which maintains, and there's some other stuff we'll get to in a little while, the suspension of the campaign for governor by Aaron Stewart. Liz Karantowicz will be sitting in for our friend John McKinney coming up today in the 5 o'clock hour. She, of course, also a panelist on WTNH News 8's Sunday Capitol Report with Tom Dudchick and all the other guys and gals there at 10:30 Sunday morning. And Chris Powell, our monthly check-in with Mr. Powell today. Opportune time to talk with him as he's been writing and following the campaign trials and tribulations. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. By the way, the difference between suspending and stopping a campaign, you hear this all the time. Not just from, here in Connecticut or from Aaron Stewart, but you hear this all the time, nationally, sometimes locally. Suspending a campaign technically refers to the decision made by candidates running for nominations to temporarily halt their campaign activities, says this legal site here. By suspending your campaign, that allows the candidates to keep the option open of resuming the campaign later on or to influence the party's direction at the convention. When a candidate suspends their campaign, they can still direct their pledged delegates to support another candidate, which can be a strategic move for gaining influence or securing a position in the future administration of the eventual nominee. So that is why they say suspend. And I thought I recall reading once that suspending versus ending has something to do with what you can and cannot do to any campaign funds that you've already raised that are in the kitty. But we are getting your thoughts on this today. In case you didn't hear, in case you've been locked up in meetings all day, the heat too high now for Aaron Stewart, so she is stepping aside, suspending her campaign, now that apparently the state police and other law enforcement is involved here in the investigation of whether or not the allegations are true, that she allegedly improperly used a P card, a purchasing card, over the years in the city of New Britain to buy stuff for her and her family and her husband and kids. So we'll see if this shakes out anyway, good, bad, or otherwise. But 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Another point I want to get to, but we got this text here. Hey, Paul, is it just me, or do people only get upset when Republicans do something, whether it be something minor or something major? Whatever. It's like you said, they look the other way, and they don't care if a Democrat does something, and you gave some good examples just now. However, and I'm not saying Republicans aren't wrong, because Governor John Rowland was definitely a crook. That said, they seem to be pulling more of the spotlight than their Democratic colleagues. Well, I think it has something to do with who the person is, who the what the alleged infraction may be, and an intangible. And look, here's a couple of pretty good examples here. You take a look at, obviously, the Aaron Stewart scenario here. All right, big, high-profile woman out there. She's been out there for years. Everybody's known for years because she's pretty much said it. She is looking for higher office. So the spotlight is going to be on you because you're trying to be the big chief, the big kahuna, the chief cook and bottle washer. But again, you look at another investigation that's still ongoing, right? Doug McCrory, very influential, a Hartford, Bloomfield-based member of the Connecticut State Senate. And again, you've got a spotlight on $208,000 of stuff versus Aaron Stewart. But then you have Doug McCrory. We talked about this earlier. He's under the spotlight for possible alleged misallocation of funds, getting kickbacks from his agumad there on the side, who's running some of these charities in the state around Bloomfield through the Blue Hills Civic Association. And we're talking a few $1 million here. We're talking far more money, allegedly, than Aaron Stewart. But you know what? Aaron Stewart's running for governor. Doug McCrory is not. So having been in newsrooms all my life and watching how this stuff operates, you sit there at your editorial meeting and you say, okay, the McCrory thing is big, but it's big because of the money totals involved. Whereas you've got the Aaron Stewart thing, which is big, but it's big because of what she wants to do with her life. Are there differences in a blue state when it comes to the spotlight being on people when it should or shouldn't be? Yeah, I would say so. But again, to this person and the other people who texted me and called, you can't make people care. You can't. And even if they care, if it's based on, party affiliation or somebody they hate or they hate all Republicans because of Trump, well, okay, but you can't. People will do what they will. Either people are interested in the potential graft or they're not. Paul and Orange, hang on. We'll be right to you after we do this on WICC.
After hitting snooze 6 times today, you got up, ran out the door, sat in traffic, and by the time you reached the office, the last donut was gone. Now, head over to voiceofct.com and sign up for the City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade. We'll pick up delicious treats from Cakes by Sonia and make our way to any office in Southern Connecticut that needs us. Become the hero of your office with a WICC City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade, so the boss won't mind if you sleep in.
Connecticut's favorite obstacle run, the Gaylord Gauntlet 5K, is back Saturday, June 13th in Wallingford. Run, crawl, climb, splash, balance, and swing through 24 insane obstacles, including mud, fire, zip lines, even a massive water slide. Every registration supports Connecticut's largest adaptive sports program, the Gaylord Sports Association, which provides adaptive sports, recreation, and fitness opportunities for people with permanent physical or visual impairments. GaylordGauntlet.org.
Dude, I just got this car.
Yeah, sorry, man. Take it to my friend. He can do it for cheap.
Hi, this is Chris from Sono Collision. Don't just go to anybody for your repairs. Choose the best. Remember, you're the one that has to live with the repairs. It's your choice, so pick quality at Sono Collision. Go to sonocollision.com or call 203-939-9955. Your car will thank you.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
When life turns uncertain, Bridgeport Rescue Mission is here, providing food, shelter, and support to local families and individuals when they need it most.
Did you know that Sage Healthcare is a free multidisciplinary community clinic embedded with the Bridgeport Rescue Mission? Sage Healthcare, no cost, no barriers, just healthcare.
Give today for hope for tomorrow. Go to bridgeportrescuemission.org. Let your donation restore hope. bridgeportrescuemission.org.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
Join the Brown Roofing Melissa in the Morning Diner Tour. I'll be hitting the road at a diner near you. Find where at voiceofct.com. Powered by the Connecticut Education Association.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
There's road construction on the Merritt northbound between Greenwich and Westport, between exits 19A and 3, exits 5 and 8, and exits 21 and 27, causing stop-and-go traffic. Sponsored by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering complete dental care from A to Z. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, there will be showers below near 50. Any showers end by midday Friday, clearing later in the afternoon. Partly sunny with a high in the mid-60s. Saturday, sunny and warm with a high in the upper 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
We're celebrating 100 years as the voice for Greater Bridgeport. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Breaking news, by the way, I went and checked in my bag. I don't know what the last 2 hours of the show are going to be like today because I left my 4 o'clock banana on the counter at home. So what we will have to deal with today is my alternate here is going to have to be, apparently, because they had a meeting today and the sub sandwiches are all gone out of the conference room, so I missed out on that. Because, when the big muckety-mucks have meetings here, we have food left over. Pacelli will eat it. There you go. So I nibbled on some salad there, but the 4 o'clock sustenance is going to have to be plain Cheerios and milk, which is okay. I think I've told you this, unadulterated Cheerios are the best Cheerios. I'm not into the honey, what are they, honey mustard, honey bunches, honey Cheerios and cinnamon Cheerios and, brioche Cheerios and como se llama Cheerios. No. Just give me the plain rolled oats, some nice cold milk, and that's it. I'm good. There we go, huh? 203. I mean, you walk. I was talking about this with one of my 15 bosses here the other day. Remember growing up and you had, I don't know, Captain. You had just two ends of the spectrum growing up. You had like Corn Flakes, Bran Flakes, Oat Bran, and then on the other side you had Count Chocula, Cocoa Puffs, and Captain Crunch, and that was it. But now there's just too much. It's all too confusing. Yes. 203-333-9422. Now, the other part of this Aaron Stewart story, which is interesting, is this. Now, had things gone the way that everybody thought they were going to go, most people were thinking, all right, and you've heard people say this on the show, people of note I've had on the show, saying, well, yeah, okay, she would probably get the party endorsement at the convention, but Ryan Fazio would be well above the 15% to qualify for a primary, and everybody was thinking, Betsy McCoy would be a 6, 7, 8, maybe 9%. All right? So now throw that out the window, because remember now, what happens here? Now, I know I'm kind of, again, spitballing here, but think about this, especially if you're a wonk and you love this stuff like I do. What happens if, for whatever reason, this scenario happens? We've already heard Aaron Stewart tell her supporters, support Ryan Fazio, I back Ryan Fazio. Okay. But what if there's a somewhat significant chunk of her supporters who are upset at this and then say, well, screw this. I'm not going to just flock over to Ryan Fazio here. In fact, you know what I'll do? Huh? You know what I'll do? I'll support Betsy McCoy. Because all the people I've talked to that you've heard on and off of the show are saying, Yeah, she's probably going to come up short. Nice run, Betsy, but you don't have enough to get the 15% to get on the ballot here. Well, now what if she does get that? So then here's a scenario, and again, we've seen this happen already. Betsy McCoy, which she's free to do, God bless her if she does. But yeah, there's a primary between not Ryan Fazio and Aaron Stewart, Ryan Fazio and Betsy McCoy, which harkens me back to, you know where I'm going with this, Themis Claridis versus Leora Levy. How many years ago was that? When Dick Blumenthal was hovering just above or below 50%? Everybody was saying, here's Themis Claridis from Derby, from the Valley, well-known, great legislative mind. But, she broke the cardinal rule. She was actually dating somebody from Eversource. Like that would have made a difference, you idiots. And the other thing, she's pro-choice. All right. So, listen, I don't besmirch Leora Levy for winning and getting the nomination. You win, that's it. But again, never underestimate, and again, I'm not going to stop reminding you of this, Mark Boughton, who in 2018 people were saying, hey, here comes another Republican governor again. Mark Boughton, former mayor of Danbury, blue-collar guy, former high school teacher. He was in the General Assembly. Oh, no, we got to have it. No, we can't have that. No. Let's go with Bob Stefanowski. Nothing wrong with Mr. Stefanowski personally, but 0 for 2 with him, 0 for 2 with Tom Foley, 0 for 2 with Linda McMahon, and 0 for 1 with Leora Levy. Could this happen? If this happens again, I'm going to just freaking scream for days. Mike in Trumbull is here before news. Mike, how are you?
Good, Paul. You might have touched base on this already, but I missed it. But
sorry.
Did Governor Lamont ever pay for those trees that got cut down?
I don't know, Mike. I don't know. But here's the thing, Mike. Honestly, and I know where you're going with this. Nobody cares. And I know it. I know that upsets people, but you can't, Mike. You can't make people care if they don't. You just can't.
You're exactly right. Nobody cares.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Mike. But now, you know what they will say? All right, Lamont screwed up, but you know what? Fazio's part of the party that has me paying $5 for gas now. You know?
I know.
It is what it is, Mike. I'm sorry to I can't be the candy man today, Mike. I don't know what to tell you. I just don't know what to tell you. Mike, good to hear from you. Breaking up a little there in beautiful downtown Trumbull there. All right, we love Trumbull. Trumbull, Derby, Orange, Ansonia, the Valley. Yeah, from the Valley, where Themis Claridis, I guess, is still roaming around there. Yeah, no, why nominate somebody who could have won? Why would Republicans have actually wanted to go ahead and do that? Mind-numbing. And again, I know, but did I criticize Mrs. Levy for winning the election? No. If you're going to say, if you can get set up in a place where you can win, why not? But again, as a couple of buddies of mine who used to run campaigns used to tell me, they would sit down with the people that hire them for campaigns, Republican town committees, Democratic town committees, and they would say, don't tell me about who you like. Give me a candidate who can win. You either win or you lose. And everybody was agog, and Leora Levy, now, God bless her, she's quite a prolific fundraiser, maybe still with the Republican Party. I don't know. And she was all excited. Remember, she was holding up the phone as President Trump was endorsing her. All right. And the minute I heard that, I said, kiss of death. And it's like the 2 times that, and again, God bless her, she's been on the Small Business Association thing. She's the Secretary of Education now, but I remember telling somebody in her first Senate run, Linda McMahon, somebody said to me, oh, she's got a great shot. I said, she has no shot. Why is that? I said, because women hate wrestling. Now, they've cleaned it up a little bit. They thought it would do her better for the second run. It didn't. It didn't. Do your research. How many young women who vote watch the WWE? Come on, man. This is basic stuff. Feel better. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
There's road construction on the Merritt northbound between Greenwich and Westport, between exits 19A and 3, exits 5 and 8, and exits 21 and 27, causing stop-and-go traffic. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Showers this evening and overnight near 50. Any showers end by midday Friday, clearing by later in the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. Saturday, sunny and warmer with a high in the upper 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Are the taxes on your financial savings cutting into your retirement? Do you truly understand the taxes on your IRAs and 401ks? Would you like a future where your taxes are minimized and investments are sound? If you're nearing or in retirement, have at least a $250,000 portfolio, Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help. Call for a complimentary consultation. They'll show you real tax savings on your savings. 203-795-7080. 203-795-7080. Bridgelight Financial Advisors, your retirement tax strategy specialists.
Shopping Anyway connects those who ask, how can I help, with those who say, here's what we need. Hi, I'm Christina Preet, lifelong Connecticut resident and founder of the free mobile app Shopping Anyway. Always know what your favorite cause needs. Download the app at shoppinganyway.com. Nonprofit leaders and members of nonprofit boards, join us for an informational Zoom meeting in May to learn about how the Shopping Anyway tool can help engage donors and communicate all your needs. Go to the Bridgeport Regional Business Council's events page at brbc.org and register to learn about all that Shopping Anyway can do.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Ever notice that feeling your worst also seems to happen at the worst time in the worst places? Like sudden nausea at 9 p.m. when you're out of town. Really? Now? Fortunately, with Hartford Healthcare's HHC 24/7 app, you can get answers, diagnosis, prescriptions, even speak live with clinicians anytime, anywhere. So maybe there's never a good time to be sick, but at least the best care's always there. Download the app at your app store or hhc247.org.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Looking for quality dental care close to home? Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven is here for you. As part of our robust network of 12 locations, we're open to fit your busy schedule. From routine cleanings and checkups to implants and oral surgery, Columbia Dental provides complete care for the whole family, all in one place. Call us today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's columbiadental.com. Your smile, our priority.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. The Supreme Court is allowing a man to use a major logistics company to sue them after he lost part of his leg in a truck crash. Loyola Law School professor Lori Levinson.
The trucking industry has been using chameleon carriers. Those are trucking companies that can be owned by people overseas that have been involved in safety issues.
In the U.S. Senate.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. The
The ayes appear to have it.
And a resolution is adopted to withhold senators' pay during government shutdowns. The payments would be released after the shutdown ends. President Trump says his talks in Beijing with Chinese President Xi went great, while China's leader warned the two countries could clash over Taiwan if not handled properly. Democratic Senator Chris Coons from Delaware says of the summit,
"We're not seeing much in the first readout.
No, exactly.
Other than Trump calling Xi a great best friend while he's helping Iran rearm."
CBS News Brief, I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Former New Britain Mayor Erin Stewart has suspended her campaign for governor amid an ongoing investigation into Stewart's use of her city-issued credit card during her time as mayor. Stewart was considered to be the front-runner in the Republican gubernatorial campaign. She suspended her campaign earlier this morning, just a short time after a just-released report alleges that Stewart, quote, showed a reckless disregard for policies that govern the use of public funds. That statement comes from the report released by the Crombie Law Group, hired by current Democratic New Britain Mayor Bobby Sanchez. The report alleges that Stewart's use of the city-issued credit card was, quote, consistently used to fund routine living expenses. This morning, Connecticut State Police confirmed they had been commissioned to begin an investigation. In a statement released in conjunction with the suspension of her campaign, Stewart said in part, quote, I take the allegations that have been made against me very seriously, and for that reason, I am suspending my gubernatorial campaign effective immediately so that I can focus on addressing those claims. Later in the statement, Stewart also added, quote, I have spoken to Senator Ryan Fazio and informed him of my decision. I also told him that he has my full support in becoming our party's nominee, and I encourage all delegates who were supporting me to now support him. She ended the statement with, quote, it is my intention not only to suspend my campaign, but also to step back from public life as I do what is necessary to address these questions and make things right. A police chase that started in Massachusetts ended in Connecticut on Interstate 84. 2 people, including 1 victim, were airlifted to a hospital in Hartford. Massachusetts State Police used stop sticks on a BMW near the border before they handed the chase off to Connecticut State Police. The BMW then struck an embankment at a weigh station near Union. Police have charged passenger Elijah Bow of North Carolina with theft and intent to sell a controlled substance, while driver Elijah Cowan of New York is awaiting charges. A Connecticut teenager is facing murder charges for a fatal shooting in a botched robbery. The incident happened in 2024 when 19-year-old Desiree Aitken was just 17. Police say she shot 38-year-old Keno Williams in the back of the head after a plan to steal marijuana from him went sideways. Aitken and a second suspect, Angel Bodden Mitchell, allegedly arranged a deal with Williams for drugs in exchange for sexual favors before a 4th man approached the vehicle they were in, causing Aitken to shoot Williams and crash his car. Bodden Mitchell has been sentenced to 27 years in prison for her role in the death. New Haven Mayor Justin Elicker must stop speaking publicly about a wrongful conviction case. That ruling was ordered by a federal judge after an interview with NBC Connecticut on April 30th. The case stems from a 1990 double murder involving police misconduct. One man, Stefan Morant, spent 21 years in prison until his release in 2015 and was later exonerated. And another man who was convicted and exonerated received a $9 million settlement with the city. Morant is suing the New Haven Police Department in the response. Connecticut health officials have confirmed the state's first case of Clade 1M pox, formerly known as monkeypox, in a resident who recently traveled to Western Europe where the virus has spread. The Connecticut Department of Public Health said the case was identified and confirmed at the State Public Health Laboratory in Rocky Hill, adding that there's currently no broader public health threat connected to the isolated case. Health experts say Mpox symptoms can include fever, headache, and a distinctive rash, with the virus spreading through close physical contact and remaining contagious until lesions fully heal. Officials are urging people at higher risk to stay informed about symptoms and vaccination options as health agencies continue to monitor for additional cases. And Governor Ned Lamont is planning to deliver $22.5 million to Connecticut dairy farmers. The money is part of a pot of $500 million set aside to fill funding gaps created by Congress during a wave of federal cuts. The funding is going to help farmers cover increasing costs of diesel fuel and fertilizers. In order to release the funds, Lamont must get approval from a group of 6 legislative leaders, including 2 top Republicans. The group of 6 has 24 hours to block the spending, or they can allow the plan to proceed. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
There's road construction on the Merritt northbound between Greenwich and Westport, between exits 19A and 3, exits 5 and 8, and exits 21 and 27, causing stop-and-go traffic. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, there will be showers with a low near 50. Any showers end by midday Friday, clearing later in the afternoon. Partly sunny with a high in the mid-60s. Saturday, sunny and warm with a high in the upper 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Stamford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Look, I say this with a complete sincerity. I'm not trying to be a joker here. I'm not flipping you the bird. I love you people. I do, really, honestly. Without listeners, and it shows up in the ratings numbers here, without listeners, I'd be saying, hi, welcome to Walmart. Not that that's bad. Or would you, sir, was that a 10-piece McNugget or a 6-piece? What kind of sauce do you want? Not that that's bad. But I am begging you people, stop. In this situation, we'll have plenty of time for the Democrats thing. Stop with that, please. I'm begging you, stop. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I got a text from somebody here. Thank you to all the people who text. I love you for doing that. Somebody said they go after Aaron Stewart for using the Britain credit card for herself, but these people are nuts that they put a person who was convicted and put in jail back as the mayor of Bridgeport. Okay, they're referring to Joe Ganim. So you tell me who's messed up and who's not messed up. Yeah, but here's the thing. Mayor Ganim did his time. And then after that, he offered himself as a candidate again, and he's won multiple times. It's really too much out of hand. It's okay for the Democrats to be convicted felons and become the mayor. Well, yeah, but not for Aaron Stewart, who, okay, screwed up over the years and spent $200,000, and they tell her, yeah, you shouldn't. Now I don't get it. Well, yeah, but here's the thing. If you, and I know you probably get this, you're just venting, it's fine, I get it. If you nominate Aaron Stewart with what's hanging over her head now, that will be a historic defeat. It will be a defeat on levels that will be discussed with your great-great-great-grandkids. What you should be, instead of being angry about what the Democrats did and whatever. Here's the question that has to be answered once we get through this. And it's got to start now. How was she allowed to, what's the word I'm looking for, ascend in the party with this going on to this level? And again, I'm not trying to assign blame to anyone. But immediately somebody said, well, Ben Proto's got to go as chairman. He should have known this. Well, should he have? I don't know. Was it hidden well enough that he couldn't know? Was everybody so intimidated at New Britain City Hall that they didn't say a word? Over 12 years. Now, here's another. Allow me to just freelance here. Was it allowed to happen to use against her down the road, knowing that she was very vocal about running for governor? Remember, she briefly ran, 8 years ago for lieutenant governor, I think, and pulled out. So, again, there's something about this that we're going to find out another oh my God moment in this. Whether people were intimidated or they didn't say anything, or maybe they did know and they got together and said, all right, let's keep our mouths shut, keep the ordnance loaded, keep the powder dry, and we'll use it at an opportune time because there's no way she's going to stop being mayor and then go run a Girl Scout troop. So I know there is this, and to people who text me this stuff, I get it. I get it. The Republicans are great for these circular firing squads. I get it. It's happened cycle after cycle after cycle after cycle here. But if you really want to change, you coalesce now, probably against Ryan Fazio, not to criticize Betsy McCoy, and you see what happens. Listen. Ryan Fazio versus Ned Lamont, nothing against the governor, but how does that visual shake out on a debate stage? Right? I'm just saying visuals matter. And I would have said, and you know I've said the same thing about Aaron Stewart, too. Right now, even though this has happened, the visual of Ryan Fazio v. Ned Lamont is something that, listen, and let's not forget, Ryan Fazio was elected from a majority Democratic district. Let's just not forget. Before we go to the break, Art in Woodbridge is here. Art, how are you? What's up?
Okay, Paul. I called you a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
When this came out, and I said that Aaron Stewart, she's finished. She's got a.
You're right. Yep.
Race, and now to hear that the state police are investigating on the investigation, which they should be.
Yeah.
And I think with you mentioned you got a text about the corruption in the state with Joe Ganim.
Yeah.
I feel that for a small state like ours to have so many politicians, let's go back to John Rowland and
Santa Petro and Waterbury, Santa Petro, William Rado and Norwalk. Remember Bill Rado? Yeah, maybe a little old for you.
That's a little before my time.
Yeah.
But I think that maybe it's time that there is a inspector general appointed that looks at, I'm afraid to say it, all towns in Connecticut, all 169 towns, and the leaders, no matter what party they're in.
Yes.
And if it's time that they've done something illegal, immoral, that's it. They're finished.
Yeah, and Art, you're breaking up a little, my friend. Appreciate it, but thank you for calling. And yes, thank you for the other day. And Art, you're right. Now, again, let me get a little partisan here. The Republican Party has been pushing for years for an inspector general position with subpoena power, which we do not have right now. And also, I think they're pushing for more audits. So, yes, if you've got nothing to hide, what are you worried about?
Ever notice that feeling your worst also seems to happen at the worst time in the worst places? Like sudden nausea at 9 p.m. when you're out of town. Really? Now? Fortunately, with Hartford Healthcare's HHC 24/7 app, you can get answers, diagnosis, prescriptions, even speak live with clinicians anytime, anywhere. So maybe there's never a good time to be sick, but at least the best care's always there. Download the app at your app store or hhc247.org.
Hey, it's Steve Basso from Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC again. There's no better time than right now to service or repair that AC system. Even install new or replace your existing system. Did you know high-efficiency ductless systems use up to 50% less electricity? Call us today at 203-335-0224. That's 203-335-0224. On the web at bassophac.com. And remember, everything's better with Basso.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
There's road construction on the Merritt northbound between Greenwich and Westport, between exits 19A and 3, exits 5 and 8, and exits 21 and 27, causing stop-and-go traffic. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Showers this evening and overnight near 50. Any showers end by midday Friday, clearing by later in the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. Saturday, sunny and warmer with a high in the upper 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
He's got a lot to say, and he's gonna say it. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And you know what I'm saying today? I'm trying to be very careful about this. Former Mayor Stewart is obviously going to lawyer up here. She has to. Do I suspect everything that's been rumored is true? I don't know. Maybe yes. It wouldn't surprise me if it's yes or no. But again, these are allegations. Let's see. But you knew she was done with this race, and maybe politically, when she said she would make restitution. What did I tell you yesterday? If in any statement she makes, even ones where she was going to stay in the race, and she used the R word for restitution, that's it. So when you say, I will gladly repay any restitution, you're pleading guilty. In a sense, now I know there are some legal eagles that would, say, well, that's not true, Paul, because in this doctrine of that, okay, I get it. We're going with the Alford doctrine here, what's the Alford doctrine? I'm not copping to any crime, but I also, is that it? The Alford doctrine? Yeah. Meaning, I can't mount a defense on this stuff. And please, we're getting way ahead of ourselves. But listen, move on. Here's what you have to do. Move on. Coalesce around Ryan Fazio, and we'll see. But I'm sure that some of the brain dead Republican voters in this state will do something to screw it up. I don't know, man. Oh, man. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Also, a Hartford Courant story about this. And this was a lead up to today. I guess in the Hartford Courant, they reported that among the Republican bigwigs in the state, now I don't know who that involved, legislative leaders, party leaders, whatever. But the Courant writes, quote, even before the materials release, the anticipated report, which is the report that was released today, was adding to talk among some Republicans of trying to block or blocking Stewart's campaign for governor. The political devastating analysis of credit card charges appeared the day before the state GOP convention, at which she was trying to secure enough delegate support to qualify for $2.8 million in taxpayer finance grants. So that's another step you have to take there in order to get not the money for the general election, but the $2.8 million to run a campaign for the primary. So that is where we are. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. There's other stuff from years ago. And the report suggests that Aaron Stewart billed the city twice. This is from the Current, for political expenses. God, you can't do that. If proven, these are allegations, if proven, such billing could amount to violations of Connecticut state campaign finance laws, among others. And please, I don't want to hear anybody call up and say, what about the Democrats? If you do that, I'm sorry, I'm going to end the call. Today is not a whataboutism day. It's not. It's a you sound like you screwed up day. How about we do that, huh? Is that all right? In 2017, while running for re-election, the Crombie report says then Mayor Stewart joined the pricey Hartford Club and billed the recurring expense to the city. Her campaign notified the State Elections Enforcement Commission it was hosting a cocktail event fundraiser at the club on the night of 26 September 2017. The city picked up the tab. The bill that month was $680.03, including $163.03 for a cocktail event. Now, I wonder, too, and here's another thing, and Bob and Weston, hang on. Here's another thing. And again, I'm not trying to play cop here. I'm not trying to be Mr. Forensic talk show host on the radio. I'm not doing that. Are there any people that are accessories here? And that's going to be interesting. And I'm sure we'll find this out. Did anybody say, hey, Mayor, with all due respect, you can't do this? Now, I don't know legally what culpability that may. I don't know. I don't get it. There's another layer to this that we're probably going to find out about. Probably. Bob and Weston is here, coming up to news and traffic and weather together. Bob, good afternoon. How are you, sir? What's up?
Hey, Paul.
Yeah.
Can we decide to give her a pass on this? I mean, she sounds like a great politician and everything, but we have to get to a point where we say, okay, enough. Let's give her a pass, move on. And, I know you said not to do this, but, there's certain members of Congress and
Bob, with all due respect, I get that. I understand it, but you cannot give her a pass on this, and this has to be front and center, because then the Republican Party in the election cycle coming up in the next few months can go to the people of Connecticut and say, hey, we were blindsided by this. Maybe it was our vetting process, but as soon as this happened, we said, that's it. It's got to stop, and she did. If you go, and again, Bob, with all due respect, we don't know what all the charges will formally be. If there's any charges, we have to give her a kind of a break here. But if you go soft on this, that ain't good, Bob. It's just not good.
You're right.
It's not
You're
good.
right.
Bob, thank you. Appreciate the call. It's just, to me, you can't go soft on this. You can't. You cannot go soft on this. Go where and listen, maybe some of these charges won't be as bad as people are making them out to be. Maybe they'll be worse. Maybe some will be dropped. If it gets that far, is she going to make restitution? You gotta put her in jail. No, just stop that right now. Everybody needs to take a breath. But I'm kind of interested in why or how nobody said anything for years. That's interesting. It's not like she was a one-term mayor and just wound up that plastic. Betty in Bridgeport is here before news. Betty, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, Betty. What's on your mind?
I just wanted to say that I don't really see what the big deal is here. I mean, she has a expense account that's got, I'm sure she's got within the realm of her responsibilities subscriptions and memberships. as part of a budget. So what's the big deal here? It's not like she was buying cases of wine for herself.
I guess, Betty, the problem is that if you look at some of these expenses that were put on the P card, which was linked to her Amazon account, yes, some people will say, well, yeah, that sounds weird, but if in the case of her being at an official event, yeah, she needed
so
the makeup.
The example you used was a club that she eventually hosted a fundraiser at.
Yeah.
That a club membership is a networking thing for professional people.
Yeah, and Betty, I tend to think that a lot of these allegations will be found to be not that bad, will be found to be proper. But I don't know, Betty, with all due respect,
why did she step out? That's what makes me nervous. Why did she do that?
Well, because if you read some of the allegations as to putting what can be termed as personal stuff on these cards, does kind of, even if technically she's okay, she's trying to be elected governor. And you have a scenario here. And Betty, thank you. I do have to run. You just have a scenario here where there are allegations that aren't going away. And Betty, for anybody else listening, sorry, Betty, I was up against the time-wise here. I would strongly recommend that you read the stories in the Current and you read the stories in Hearst. And by the way, you can download the law firm report also. Now, there are allegations it's a Democratic-leaning law firm, whatever. But listen, if she's in trouble, then whoever goes after her is going to have to build a case.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
There's road construction on the Merritt northbound between Greenwich and Westport, between exits 19A and 3, exits 5 and 8, and exits 21 and 27, causing stop-and-go traffic. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, there will be showers below near 50. Any showers end by midday Friday, clearing later in the afternoon. Partly sunny with a high in the mid-60s. Saturday, sunny and warm with a high in the upper 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-939-2525. That's 800-939-2525. 800-939-2525.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
And to our last caller, to Betty there, as a major party, you cannot go into your convention weekend with a pall or a shadow cast over the person that you thought might be the next governor of the state.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. President Trump and China's President Xi Jinping have talked about a wide range of issues as the Chinese leader hosts the American president in Beijing. CBS's Weijia Zhang, traveling with the president, says Iran is one of the most important issues.
There is no formal announcement about China, for example, purchasing less Iranian oil, because right now it is its biggest customer. And there were some talks about whether Trump would explicitly make that ask. So we don't have the details yet.
The Senate Armed Services Committee is holding a hearing on the 2027 budget for U.S. Central Command and U.S. Africa Command. CENTCOM Commander Admiral Brad Cooper was asked about the Strait of Hormuz and the threat that Iran poses.
Their capability have been significantly degraded. If I just use my own professional experience, in 100 transits through the Strait of Hormuz, you would typically see 20 to 40 fast boats, and lately we've seen 2 or 3.
A federal judge has blocked the Trump administration's demands for confidential transgender patient information from Rhode Island's largest hospital. The decision marks another setback for the Justice Department, which has faced similar rulings from at least 7 other federal courts. The U.S. Supreme Court has issued a decision concerning the trucking industry. More from Loyola Law School professor Lori Levinson.
In a decision that's going to be seen as a major victory for truck safety advocates, the Supreme Court decided unanimously today that victims of deadly crashes with these trucking companies can sue in state court for negligent operation of their carriers.
Lawmakers in Georgia will return to the Capitol next month to redraw the state's political maps. WSB's Jonathan O'Brien has more.
Saying the decision to call lawmakers back to the Capitol is simply an effort to silence black voters, State Senator Nikki Merritt and members of the Legislative Black Caucus are vowing to fight the redistricting push.
Let's be very clear. This is an attack on Metro Atlanta. This is an attack on black political power.
Following the announcement, Governor Kemp said Democrats should wait to see the maps before criticizing them. Whatever maps lawmakers draw will not apply until the 2028 election. Jonathan O'Brien for CBS News, Atlanta.
A now grounded airline is facing new legal action. CBS's Jim Krasula explains.
Several terminated workers have filed a lawsuit saying Spirit Airlines failed to give proper layoff notices when it abruptly shut down earlier this month. The legal action also claims that the company's management misled employees about the chances of Spirit staying in business.
The lawsuit also claims Spirit still owes workers back pay and benefits even after shutting down. Stocks close up on Wall Street. This is CBS News.
Every Sunday, moderator Margaret Brennan goes face-to-face with top leaders to make you better informed. Face the Nation, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
For the best FCAC high school baseball and lacrosse coverage, listen to Bats and Sticks with Dave Rudin. Tune in every Sunday at 11 a.m. on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9. Bats and Sticks, brought to you by Duchess. Fresh food served fast.
WICC 600 and 95.9. Voice of Connecticut local news update.
Former New Britain Mayor Erin Stewart has suspended her campaign for governor amid an ongoing investigation into Stewart's use of her city-issued credit card during her time as mayor. Stewart was considered to be the front-runner in the Republican gubernatorial campaign. She suspended her campaign earlier this morning, just a short time after a just-released report alleges that Stewart, quote, showed a reckless disregard for policies that govern the use of public funds. That statement comes from the report released by the Crombie Law Group hired by current Democratic New Britain Mayor Bobby Sanchez. The report alleges that Stewart's use of the city-issued credit card was, quote, consistently used to fund routine living expenses. This morning, Connecticut State Police confirmed they had been commissioned to begin an investigation. In a statement released in conjunction with the suspension of her campaign, Stewart said in part, quote, I take the allegations that have been made against me very seriously, and for that reason, I am suspending my gubernatorial campaign effective immediately so that I can focus on addressing those claims. Later in the statement, Stewart also said, quote, I have spoken to Senator Ryan Fazio and informed him of my decision. I also told him that he has my full support in becoming our party's nominee and I encourage all delegates who were supporting me to now support him. She ended the statement with, quote, "It is my intention not only to suspend my campaign, but also to step back from public life as I do what is necessary to address these questions and make things right." I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Heading northbound from the state line to Milford, it's faster on the Merritt heading northbound. It's a little slow from the state line to Route 7, but afterwards it speeds up. Sponsored by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Showers this evening and overnight near 50. Any showers end by midday Friday, clearing by later in the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. Saturday, sunny and warmer with a high in the upper 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And by the way, if you didn't see it or hear it, I have put the link to this Crombie law firm investigation of Aaron Stewart up on our Facebook page. So if you go to facebook.com/voice of CT, you can click there and view it for yourself. It's a long report. It seems to be pretty clear. But again, there are people who will say, oh, it's just, it's partisan, whatever. I mean, you read it. You tell me what you think. There is a specific paragraph here that's interesting, and this may help me better say it than I could to our previous caller and to any other people wondering what's the big deal here. This is from the Crombie Law Group, but specifically, the evidence outlined herein shows that Ms. Stewart used her P card to purchase household items, groceries, makeup, and other women's toiletries, women's clothing and undergarments, alcohol, jewelry, and gifts for herself, her kids, and her husband, as well as to pay her membership dues and dining expenses of the Hartford Club, which is a private members-only social club in Hartford. To facilitate purchases with her city-issued credit card, Ms. Stewart's P card was entered as the payment source in many of her personal purchasing accounts, including her Amazon, Costco, Instacart, and her Hartford Club member accounts. All right. And that be part of the problem, kids. You listen. Maybe she is not as scathed than this afterwards. I don't know. But it certainly sounds, no matter what way the law firm leans politically, as a problem. I don't know what to tell you here. All right. So we asked this. Chris Williams standing by for some insights on this. A few folks weighing in on this. It's our question of the day. Facebook.com/voice of CT. Aaron Stewart suspending her gubernatorial campaign. Your thoughts, Mr. Williams? What have you found here to opine on?
Where there's smoke, there's fire from Ed, except the media ignores the smoke with the Dems. Rebecca thinks that Aaron did the right thing by stepping aside. John says selective enforcement of laws against Republicans and Democrats. And let's see, what else do we have?
No obscenities now. Go over those. No.
Dave says she has no other choice. Unfortunately, her greedy spending habits came to the surface. And Jack says the whole thing just makes me sad. Debbie says, what a disappointment, but it seems warranted. Not good.
Yeah, not good. It isn't. It isn't. Not good at all. 203-333-9422. Our buddy, our pal, Chris Powell, standing by to opine on this. But before we hear from Mr. Powell, why don't we get a couple of quick, tight minutes, hopefully, from Jose and Shelton here. Jose, how are you?
Hey, good afternoon, Paul.
Yeah?
Yeah, I feel bad for Erin, but I think it was the right decision.
Yeah.
What she had to do is, she was apparently from published reports, she was a good mayor in New Britain, right? Why didn't she just, if she needed money to make ends meet, why didn't she just ask the council, you got to give me a raise every two? See, when I was in your union, every 3-4 years, we get raises.
Yeah, or you broke somebody's legs. I'm kidding, Jose. It's a joke.
No, but I'm saying we get CEOs. they're afraid to ask.
Yeah.
They think, what will the public think? What will he not think?
Yeah.
Look, if you and your husband ain't making enough money, say, listen, I'm running this in New Britain's, I think, 53 or 63,000 residents.
Yeah.
It's a big city.
Yeah.
Just ask them to double your salary.
Yeah.
Because some of these mayor's salaries, right?
Yeah.
They're still back in the Stone Age.
Yeah.
You
Well,
gotta, to be a mayor, like you got Board of Ed officials make way more than a mayor.
I think,
Like her
Jose, I think she was making $112K a year. I'm not sure. I got to check that out. So it's not, she wasn't making chump change, though, you know?
No, $250 is a good salary because.
Oh, Jose, we lost you. All right, Jose, thanks.
The council would have gone along with it.
You think so, huh? You think just
Yeah,
like...
Here's the key word, Paul. She was doing a good job.
Yeah. Well, Jose, thanks. I got to go, man. Yeah, I mean, she was elected, 6 times? So we'll see. All right, Chris Powell's standing by. We'll get a hold of him and see what he thinks about the whole situation coming up right here.
When you want real local news, you turn to WICC. When you want real live and local talk, you turn to WICC. There's no AI here. We're in your community because it's our community too. Personalities you know and trust, delivering what matters to you. We're the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
Have you heard that Milford was recently voted the 3rd best place to retire in the U.S.? Come see for yourself and visit Forest Hills Milford, offering newly constructed rental units in an active 55-plus community. Brand new spacious units priced right to give you convenience, comfort, and more of what matters in a modern home. Assigned garage parking and fitness center included free. Go to foresthillsmilford.com for information and to schedule a tour. Forest Hills Milford, bringing ease and comfort to your everyday life.
If you get injured in an accident, it can feel like you're out there all by yourself. Insurance companies send an army of lawyers after you to lowball your claim, deny coverage, and force you to settle. At Trantolo & Trantolo, we've been standing up to the insurance companies for more than 85 years. We're on your side, and we'll get you what you're entitled to. We don't get paid until you do. If you're injured, don't fight solo. Trantolo & Trantolo. Get your free case assessment at trantololaw.com. That's trantololaw.com.
Most people want to spend their retirement years at home, but most seniors are not equipped to do it. In fact, according to AARP, 82% of adults ages 50 and up want to remain in their current homes as they age, but only about 10% of U.S. homes are considered aging ready. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I'm so grateful my grandmother lived with us for more than 20 years. And as she got older, my parents equipped their home in Fairfield to accommodate her needs, and they got in-home care, like Connecticut In-Home Assistance. I believe in-home care made my grandmother's final years comfortable, joyful, and actually made her feel more independent. It also helped my parents to have peace of mind that someone could get her to her appointments, make sure she didn't fall, and allow them to have a loving relationship with her instead of one filled with tension and resentment. Don't wait until it's too late to make your home ready for an aging parent. Get the help you need to keep your loved one at home safe and sound. Check out Connecticut In-Home Assistance at cthomecare.com. And right now, you can even download their free ebook online. Again, cthomecare.com.
Town Fair Tire has the area's largest inventory of name brand tires at discount prices, including Michelin tires, which give you the perfect match. A relaxing driving experience from your vehicle, along with all-season design for ultimate performance that stands out from the crowd. And Town Fair stands out from other dealers with a guaranteed lowest price on Michelin tires and gives you more free services for life than anywhere. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Your new customers are listening to the Voice of Connecticut. Become an advertiser and grow your business. You'll reach thousands of Connecticut consumers. Email sales@voiceofct.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Heading northbound from the state line to Milford, it's faster on the Merritt heading northbound. It's a little slow from the state line to Route 7, but afterwards it speeds up. Sponsored by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, there will be showers below near 50. Any showers end by midday Friday, clearing later in the afternoon. Partly sunny with a high in the mid-60s. Saturday, sunny and warm with a high in the upper 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Seymour's live and local news source for 100 years. The voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Yeah, before we move on here, just to Jose's question, I'm seeing a bunch of different things here depending upon where I search and how I do this. Some reports say Aaron Stewart's salary was about $112,000 a year. Other reports say no, it was $76,000. Other reports say it was $99,000. So there you go. I'm confused. Listen, when AI gives you different answers, depending upon which service you use, you just throw your arms up in the air. You say, that's it. I have no idea. Joining us right now, here's a guy who tries to keep us from throwing arms up in the air with pointed context and commentary. Chris Powell, go check out his stuff, chrispowellcolumn.com, chrispowellcolumn.com. Mr. Powell, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Still dressing myself, Paul.
That's always a good thing.
Usually by dinner.
Yeah. Chris, you and I have been around long enough to see a lot of just bizarre stories in Connecticut politics. And we've seen the Joe Ganim saga, the Santa Petro saga, the John Rowland saga, the stuff that's going on now. Even the old-time guys, Bill Rado and Naugatuck, remember him for years and years?
Oh, boy.
Yeah, remember that, too. I mentioned that to somebody, and they officially confirmed I was old because they said never heard of him. But this one, Chris, this is just wild. I know you've written about on. I don't know whether you've done anything since she dropped out today, but what are your thoughts on this?
I think the Republican Party just got a huge break.
Yeah.
48 hours from disaster. Finally she's out of the way now, and let's all forget it. But, the party should have seen this coming for the last couple of months or so. She was self-destructing in public. I really came to think she was not very politically adept at all. She must have had something going for her to get elected as a Republican in New Britain for 6 consecutive terms. But, first she gave an interview in which she said that she was always getting bribe offers from city residents looking for favors, and she didn't report them or didn't take them, but she didn't report them either. And then she, when questioned about it and realized it didn't look so good, she kind of tried to minimize it. And then there was the tax collector scandal that came out, that her tax collector was accused of playing fast and loose with the money and backdating checks so people didn't have to pay late fees. Yeah. And then it was reported that she applied for a city pension on the basis of her marital service, and the pension she was applying for, there was no form for it in city government. It didn't exist, but she thought she could, fool them into giving her a $40,000 a year pension. When she was asked about that, all she said was, why wouldn't I? Why wouldn't you try to fool the city into giving you a pension that wasn't authorized? I mean, all that crazy stuff happened before this, credit card misuse thing came up. And, you read that report that you just put on your internet site. I've only scanned it, but it looks like it's saying that most of the money on the credit card seems to have been for personal things. I mean, this is just madness. John Rowland got in trouble, for
a hot tub.
Well, yeah, but he also got in trouble. The Journal-Enquirer caught him using.
That's right, your paper.
A Republican State Central Committee credit card.
Yes.
For personal expenses, and Rowland's excuse was, I just mistook the credit card. You would think people would learn, but I don't know, either the arrogance or the stupidity here is just overwhelming. But thank God for a free press, which the Republican Party is not always happy with, but a free press has just bailed out the Connecticut Republican Party with 48 hours to spare.
Yeah, and Chris, yes, your paper, the JI, doing great stuff like that. But the question, Chris, and I'm sure it's popped into your mind, she wasn't a one-term mayor. this was spread out over years. Was there a code of silence? Were they keeping their powder dry, saying, well, we'll get her back when she tries to run for governor? Because everybody...
There's suggestions in some of the reporting that people are informing on her now that she's out of office.
Yeah.
That they, knew certain things are happening, but didn't betray them until she was out of office and couldn't get back at them. I guess that remains to be seen. But it's not every day you go from running for governor to preparing your criminal defense against federal and state charges. That's a hell of a turnover.
Yeah, Chris Powell is the guest. Check him out, chrispowellcolumn.com, chrispowellcolumn.com. So now, Chris, she releases her delegates. I would assume the majority of them go to Ryan Fazio, but, the Republican Party in the state, of which I'm a registered member, I should say that in case anybody's swearing at me, do enough of those delegates just out of spite, Chris, go to, Betsy McCoy to give her 15%? And here we have another, I don't know, maybe a Leora Levy situation again. I mean, I can't wait to see what happens on the weekend.
Well, I'd be surprised, but, Betsy McCoy has no real record in Connecticut. She had a troublesome record in New York. She couldn't get along with her, the governor she served as lieutenant governor. I'd be very surprised if she had much support. But look, the Republican Party today is not the Republican Party that I remember from 20, 30, 40 years ago.
Yeah.
There's a lot of very angry fanatics in the party now, and not as many harmless, bitter old cranks like myself. So I don't know, but I'm hopeful that Fazio will get the nomination. He's a serious guy. He's almost a policy nerd, which I think would be very helpful if he can master the issues involving the many failures of the last couple of decades of Democratic regime in Connecticut. He might be effective. I mean, I would just like to see a gubernatorial candidate spend his time every day making 2-minute videos for social media and the internet site, addressing in some depth an issue of how we are failing in Connecticut and what we can do about it. I think Fazio is a serious guy, but he certainly has not addressed all the issues that I think are out there.
Yeah. Finally, do you think if there is enough support, Chris, do you think that Josh Elliott goes ahead and primaries Ned Lamont?
Yeah, I think it's possible. Could he be bought off with certain, policy promises? I don't mean in a financial bribery sense. He's a very issue-oriented guy. Could a few more, far-left promises from Lamont make him, not go to the primary? I don't know. I bet he'd go through it anyway. The Democratic Party now, at least the activists, are very far left.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really, they're almost off the scale. John Larson lately has been pandering desperately to the far left with press releases every day about, more government intervention in this and that and more Trump hysteria. Larson obviously thinks that the far left, the very far left, controls the Democratic Party, at least in the first district. Bronin, he's probably moderate compared to Larson, but Elliott. He's got a very detailed agenda. He's the master of his issues, and he's very ready to turn Connecticut into a people's republican. I think probably my guess is that half the Democratic Party in Connecticut can Lamont persuade non-leftists to come out to vote for him. Who's going to win the leftists in the first district? I'm not sure, but everybody in the Democratic Party seems to think the party is, just careening toward the far left.
Yeah. Yeah, well, grab the popcorn, the peanuts, the pork rinds for all of that. ChrisPowellColumn.com is the site, ChrisPowellColumn.com. Mr. Powell, always good to hear your perceptive thoughts, and we'll chat down the road. Thanks, Chris.
Thanks, Paul.
Appreciate it. Yeah, there you go. But that first district race, man, that is some good politics right there. All right, on the other side, open phones. If you want to jump in here, we'll go over some other issues of the day right here, right now on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Heading northbound from the state line to Milford, it's faster on the Merritt heading northbound. It's a little slow from the state line to Route 7, but afterwards it speeds up. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Showers this evening and overnight near 50. Any showers end by midday Friday, clearing by later in the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. Saturday, sunny and warmer with a high in the upper 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven uses a three-dimensional CT scan, which allows precise placement of dental implants and root canal therapy. Their restorative services are designed to improve the function and aesthetics of your smile, as well as your overall oral health. Call Columbia Dental today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's columbiadental.com. Your smile, our priority.
Hi, I'm Melanie Miranda, owner of Apex Radon Solutions, your local certified radon mitigation company. Radon is something every homeowner should take seriously. Radon is an invisible, odorless gas, and it's the second leading cause of lung cancer in the U.S. The good news, testing is simple. Apex Radon Solutions is offering free radon test kits to help protect your home and your family. Let's see how low your radon can go. Learn more and request your free radon test kit at apexradonsolutions.com.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Have you heard that Milford, Connecticut was recently voted the third best place to retire in the United States? Come see for yourself and visit Forest Hills Milford, offering newly constructed rental units in an active 55-plus community. Assigned garage parking with direct access to your building's elevator, storage units, and a state-of-the-art fitness center included free with your monthly rent. No additional cost for the things that make life easy. Visit ForestHillsMilford.com for more information or to schedule a tour. Forest Hills Milford, bringing ease and comfort to your everyday life.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices. Try the Big D Philly cheesesteak, or how about a combo meal like a Big D cheeseburger, long dog, or grilled chicken sandwich with fries and a drink, or a roasted turkey, bacon, and cheddar on wheatberry bread. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many menu items: sandwiches, wraps, burgers, hot dogs, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit L&J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. After today's summit talks in Beijing, President Trump has told Fox's Hannity show that Chinese President Xi Jinping...
He said, I would love to be a help if I could be of any help whatsoever. He'd like to see the Hormuz Strait open. said if I could be of any help whatsoever, I would like to help.
She also warned the president about conflicts if Taiwan is not handled properly. U.S. Border Patrol Chief Mike Banks resigns in the latest immigration shakeup. CBS's Mugo Odigwe reports.
Banks was the Texas border czar from 2023 up until the beginning of just last year when President Trump appointed him to lead Border Patrol.
Retail sales rose 0.5% in April, a slowdown from the revised 1.6% in March. CBS News business analyst Jill Schlesinger.
Consumers are reacting to the fact that they have to pay more at the pumps. They are reacting to the fact that they're anxious. They themselves are anxious about what comes next.
CBS News Brief, I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Former New Britain Mayor Erin Stewart has suspended her campaign for governor amid an ongoing investigation into Stewart's use of her city-issued credit card during her time as mayor. Stewart was considered to be the front-runner in the Republican gubernatorial campaign. She suspended her campaign earlier this morning, just a short time after a just-released report alleges that Stewart, quote, showed a reckless disregard for policies that govern the use of public funds. That statement comes from the report released by the Crombie Law Group hired by current Democratic New Britain Mayor Bobby Sanchez. The report alleges that Stewart's use of the city-issued credit card was, quote, consistently used to fund routine living expenses. This morning, Connecticut State Police confirmed they had been commissioned to begin an investigation. In a statement released in conjunction with the suspension of her campaign, Stewart said in part, quote, I take the allegations that have been made against me very seriously, and for that reason, I am suspending my gubernatorial campaign effective immediately so that I can focus on addressing those claims. Later in the statement, Stewart also said, quote, I have spoken to Senator Ryan Fazio and informed him of my decision. I also told him that he has my full support in becoming our party's nominee, and I encourage all delegates who were supporting me to now support him. She ended the statement with, quote, it is my intention not only to suspend my campaign, but also to step back from public life as I do what is necessary to address these questions and make things right. A Connecticut teenager is facing murder charges for a fatal shooting in a botched robbery. The incident happened in 2024 when 19-year-old Desiree Aitken was just 17. Police say she shot 38-year-old Keno Williams in the back of the head after a plan to steal marijuana from him went sideways. Aitken and a second suspect, Angel Bodden Mitchell, allegedly arranged a deal with Williams for drugs in exchange for sexual favors before a fourth man approached the vehicle they were in, causing Aitken to shoot Williams and crash his car. Bodden Mitchell has been sentenced to 27 years in prison for her role in the death. A police chase that started in Massachusetts ended in Connecticut on Interstate 84. 2 people, including one victim, were airlifted to a hospital in Hartford. Massachusetts State Police used stop sticks on a BMW near the border before they handed the chase off to Connecticut State Police. The BMW then struck an embankment at a way station near Union. Police have charged passenger Elijah Bow of North Carolina with theft and intent to sell a controlled substance, while driver Elijah Cowan of New York is awaiting charges. Connecticut State Police are identifying the third person who died in a crash on Route 15 in Stratford. 1-year-old Yanalette DePaz was one of 3 people in a Honda Civic that was involved in a 3-vehicle crash on Sunday morning. The crash also claimed the lives of 29-year-old Maria Vasquez Chacon and 21-year-old Jocelyn Vasquez Chacon. The driver of the Lexus that allegedly caused the crash fled from the scene. And in an update, Connecticut State Police say they have now served 2 warrants on the driver of the Lexus. The suspect's lawyer, Darnell Crosland, confirmed that state police served 2 warrants today, one for a cotton swab on the inside of the suspect's cheek to obtain DNA, and the other for a body scan to check for injuries connected to the crash. Crosland said he advised his client not to participate in an interview with police. State police said the investigation remains active. And Bombardier is launching a training program in Connecticut, expanding the state's footprint in aerospace. The program is part of an accelerated pathway for maintenance technicians to get new certifications. It will give the company flexibility to fill high-demand careers quickly as well. A Connecticut career specialist says the aviation tech industry has a higher need than the number of students graduating through traditional programs. The program will be started at the company's service center at Bradley International Airport. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Heading northbound from the state line to Milford, it's faster on the Merritt heading northbound. It's a little slow from the state line to Route 7, but afterwards it speeds up. Paul Goodman, WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, there will be showers with a low near 50. Any showers end by midday Friday, clearing later in the afternoon. Partly sunny with a high in the mid-60s. Saturday, sunny and warm with a high in the upper 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Just a man, a microphone, and a lot of thoughts. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, good to have you with us. Hey, how are you? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Liz Karantowicz will join us in place of our regular guy, John McKinney, who's busy at the campaign site today, the convention site for the Republicans today. So Liz Karantowicz will join us at 5:15. Story here I saw the other day that we have to take notice of, and if you are one to legally bet, and that's fine, God bless you, do it, what was that phrase they used to say, bet with your head, not over? But this story has been posted. It was actually from yesterday at the CT Insider spot, the Hearst Communications spot. Get this. And maybe this has happened to you, but if not, just make sure you check to see what your kids are doing and all this. Connecticut kids used their parents' DraftKings and FanDuel accounts to bet on sports. In one instance, says here from Hearst, state records show that a parent reported his 7-year-old son, not 17, his 7-year-old son had accessed his DraftKings. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be laughing at this because this is serious stuff here. His 7-year-old son had accessed his DraftKings account to place bets on sports. In another, a different parent reported his 8-year-old son had done the same thing. 8 years old, 7 or 8 years old. What? How is a 7 or 8-year-old kid what are you, leaving the account unlocked? I'm sorry, I'm not victim blaming here, but please. In another case, the owner of a FanDuel account that had deposited $30,000 over its lifetime said that his 14-year-old daughter made an absurd amount of deposits having access to my tablet. So wait a minute. Your 14-year-old daughter is making money? I'm sorry. Wow. In yet another, a mother discovered her son had access to her FanDuel account for a 3-week period. The woman wrote to FanDuel, quote, "My son is 14 and into sports. Apparently his friends told him it's good to bet and win, and here we are." One father told FanDuel, "My son is 17. He put money into the account for me to place a bet for him." What? DraftKings and FanDuel are the state's two largest sports betting operators, recording more than 200 instances of suspected underage betting in the state over a 12-month period, February last year to February this year. And they got the records, Hearst did, through a FOIA request. Interesting. Oh, you know why? Because they have to report underage gambling to state regulators. The state has little recourse to prosecute those who enable underage gambling, although that may soon change. under a bill that was passed by the state Senate this month. If the governor allows it, it allows for 3 months in prison, a fine of $500 or both for adults found to have let someone underage open a gambling account and place bets in their name. Now, again, is any adult that stupid to do that on purpose? Folks, sign out of your accounts. I know we all hate to even hear, how many of you people are like us here at Connoisseur? You have 2- and 3-step authentication, right? All businesses do now. You just don't get in with a password anymore. You need multiple steps for things like this. So if you have a FanDuel account, if you have a DraftKings account, if you're on MGM, if you're on BetRivers, if you do the iLottery, the CTI lottery with our folks at the Connecticut Lottery, the gambling games, for God's sake, sign out. I know it's a pain, but, just whatever. Muscle memory. Every time I pick up my phone, I have to put in the numbers to get on there. But how about that? This is my favorite one. Wait a minute. Hold on. I got to read this again. In another case, the owner of a FanDuel account that had deposited $30,000 over its lifetime said that his 14-year-old daughter made, quote, an absurd amount of deposits having access to my tablet. Now, is she winning? Or is she getting $30K from somewhere, 30 large, and accessing your tablet? and look, I'm not laughing here, but if she's winning $30K, I don't know, she should set up a site. I'm kidding. And no, if you're 14, don't gamble. But man, oh man. All right, open phones. You want to jump in here? We will take all comers now to the top of the hour on WICC.
Selling your home is a big decision. You deserve someone who truly listens and picks up the phone when you call. I'm Jonathan Carbeauty with Carbeauty Real Estate, and we make real estate simple. Whether you're ready to sell, just exploring your options, or even want a cash offer on your property, call me directly at 203-980-6886. No pressure, just real results.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbeauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
Some people reach a line and stop. Some hit a wall and turn around. Then there are the ones who cross the line, climb the wall, face obstacles, and turn them to their advantage. That's where we come in. We're the next rodeo. We design bold marketing that drives real growth. A creative partner for businesses ready to push forward beyond what's expected. The Next Rodeo. Learn more at thenextrodeo.com.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-730-7788. 800-730-7788. Again, that's 800-730-7788.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Stocks closed sharply higher today with the S&P and NASDAQ again hitting new all-time highs. Cisco Systems soaring today, helping to push the NASDAQ into record territory, while the Dow eclipsed 50,000 for the first time in several weeks, gaining 370 points and at 50,063. The S&P up nearly 57 points to 7501. NASDAQ up 232 points at 26,635. The market digesting retail sales, which came in as expected up 0.5%, although when you dig a little deeper into the numbers, they were slightly softer than anticipated. Crude oil futures up 88 cents to $101.90 a barrel as a resolution to the war in Iran is continuing to be somewhat elusive. Interest rates edging a touch higher, the yield on the 10-year note 4.48%, and the dollar slightly firmer. Higher rates and a firmer dollar pushing gold and silver down. Gold down $47, silver down more than $5 on the day after rising yesterday. Cerebras, the hottest AI IPO to hit the street today, priced at $185, closed well above $300 a share.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text SPARK to 215-215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text SPARK to 215-215. That's SPARK to 215-215.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Right now, heading northbound from the state line to Milford, it's a little bit faster on the Merritt at 1 hour and 10 minutes versus 1 hour and 20 minutes on 95. Sponsored by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Showers this evening and overnight near 50. Any showers end by midday Friday, clearing by later in the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. Saturday, sunny and warmer with a high in the upper 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
On your laptop, on your smart speaker, and even on your radio. No matter where or how you listen, you've got Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Wow, the little dance club is here, right? Where are the strobes? Yeah. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Yes, one of my bosses here, one of my four bosses here keeps me well set up with hip new music. There you go. All right, Liz Karandowitz will join us from the News 8 program, The Capitol Report, every Sunday morning at 10:30 to talk a little more about this Connecticut governor's race. Man, if you're Ryan Fazio's campaign, how happy are you right now? And again, I'm sure they're not gloating in the unfortunate stuff now around Aaron Stewart. But, you know, having said that, and you know, and I was thinking on the break, you know, look, what is now going to happen is, I can almost guarantee you, that you would have had people, had Aaron Stewart come out and been the top nominee and won the party endorsement and maybe won a primary, you would have had some people on the unaffiliated side, the Democratic side, say, well, I'm never voting for her. No, no woman can be a Republican. But now they're probably going to say, all right, well, she's done. Let me check out this Ryan Fazio guy. So could reap rewards for him on a couple of levels here. Bob in Trumbull is with us this afternoon. Bob, how are you?
Reverend, I'm having fun listening to the sermon today.
Yes, my son, yes.
Yes, because you're on WICC, the voice of corrupticate.
Yes.
Hey, what does WICC stand for?
Industrial Capital of Connecticut.
Oh, okay.
Back in the halcyon days of Bridgeport, making stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. You know what's real interesting?
Yeah.
To keep my license, I've got to take an ethics course every 3 years.
Oh, for your financial job. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. You got to take the course, and so these guys, I don't know, but anyway, Aaron Stewart can get out of this whole thing.
Yeah.
All she's got to say is she was trying to get the credentials to change to the Democrat Party.
Yeah.
Because think about it. Look, something you didn't mention is, look, what is it, the last two czars of was it Yukon? Both had to resign?
No, that was the other, not Yukon. That was the other. Yukon is its own standing entity. This is the Connecticut State University, Central, Southern, Westcon. Yeah.
But think about it.
Yeah.
I mean, both of them, within a year?
Yeah. Now, Bob, let me ask you something. Let me ask people. People know you're a financial professional. Let me pick your brain on this. And again, I'm speaking hypotheticals here. I think we both want to give Ms. Stewart her day in court or whatever. But does it take, Bob, in your experience, and I know you've mentioned this before, does it take an actual effort for people in a city or town hall, let's say like New Britain, to ignore something like this for a dozen years, or were there practices there, Bob? And again, we're not lawyers; we're just kind of free-forming here. Were there practices that could have kept it from everybody? Could nobody have said, "Hey, what's going on here"?
Not unless she was writing the checks herself for the invoices. Because when payable people get the invoice, it's itemized. Especially on the credit card, it goes down to see where it is.
Okay.
And then, in theory, they would take a red pen, circle it.
In theory,
somebody has to approve.
Yeah.
Somebody has to approve the payment.
Yeah.
So you circle it in red and you say, "Hey, something's not right here."
Yeah.
And then the person approving the payments.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah.
So there had to be at least two people that knew.
Well, and also, Bob, we find out in this report, and by the way, you should go online and get the report if you have access to a computer. Have somebody get it to you. It's a long report done by this law firm. Apparently, as the primary method of payment, they're alleging in this report, she had the P card, Bob, linked to an Amazon account. So that's a whole nother aspect.
That should jump out.
Well,
like
apparently it did, yeah.
I mean, that should jump out on the first couple of invoices.
Yeah.
I mean, unless when the expense report was put in, it went in and said, for office supplies, cleaning supplies, whatever, and then the answer to that one is, well, it's what I used to do.
Wait a minute! Don't get yourself in trouble here.
No, I went out and looked for them.
Oh yeah, you told me. Yeah. You're like, what is this? Yeah.
And I would say, hey, this is on there, and I went, and guess what? It's not here.
Yeah. I see what you mean. Bob, thank you. Appreciate it. Bob with his financial background helping us out there. Bob, on the way out, leave your bill with the front desk, and we'll make sure Bob from Trumbull gets paid there. And Bob lapsing into, you can hear Bobby became very serious there, which I like, lapsing into his financial world. But yeah, see that look. Whatever she did or didn't do, we'll find out about that. We will. My notion of this now, or the thing that fascinates me is, as Bob just said, and this, we love Bob. He cracks us up sometimes, but yeah, it's a serious dollar and cents job there. Like, or was it the illusions are being made? Now, again, these are just illusions. I'm reading all kind of weird stuff. Is this one of those situations, again, that we hear about, sadly, sometimes in the news? And again, we're just going by, and trust me, in the next week, we're going to learn a lot more on this. Because if the state police are investigating, that's a state agency, the taxpayers pay the salaries, and we have to find out sooner or later. But, yeah, was there a system set up to where people looked at the P card and did nobody say, hey, wait a minute, where's it, what? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Right now, heading northbound from the state line to Milford, it's a little bit faster on the Merritt at an hour and 10 minutes versus an hour and 20 minutes on 95. Sponsored by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, there will be showers with a low near 50. Any showers end by midday Friday, clearing later in the afternoon. Partly sunny with a high in the mid-60s. Saturday, sunny and warm with a high in the upper 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
There's danger out there. It lurks on highways and quiet neighborhood streets. It's more likely to kill you than a shark and more terrifying than the biggest snake. Distracted driving claims lives every day. Every notification, swipe, social post, video, or selfie while driving risks your life. So while you might think public speaking or the zombie apocalypse is scary, what's really terrifying and even deadly is distracted driving. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Progressive presents perfectly bad excuses for missing stuff to spend more time on your motorcycle.
Hey, Tom. Gonna miss the 5K. Gotta organize my vitamins. A, B, C. There's so many. D.
Now that was a bad excuse. If you love your vehicle this much, get customized coverage from Progressive, America's #1 motorcycle insurer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in D.C.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
By the way, this is just my gut here. I'm not seeing anything to this, so don't run around saying, hey, did you hear what happened with Trump? No. I looked up on the TV here, and I popped it. I turned the TV speaker on while we had some commercials on just to see what goes on. And I guess President Trump is telling Sean Hannity and other people, yes, Xi Jinping in China, he's promised to help us with Iran if he can. And then I see 10 seconds later on the lower part of the screen, what we call lower third in TV, Rubio, right? Rubio in the colon or semicolon, whatever it is, Rubio. Something like, we don't need China's help on Iran. Whoa! Maybe little Marco no more. Maybe he sees his poll numbers rising. What is he at 49% among Republicans now? Where J.D. Vance is only at 28 or 29%. So maybe you have a scenario here with the election coming up, and maybe is Marco Rubio going to go rogue after this and say, Mr. President, with all due respect, sir, I'm out. But yeah, that is a hoot. It certainly is. All right, traffic and weather together coming up. News top of the hour from CBS. Liz Karantowitz standing by. She will join us from the Capitol Report every Sunday morning at 10:30, giving us her perspective on what has been a wild case of the now former candidate for governor, Aaron Stewart.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This
is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. Senators say they want to share the burden with federal workers in case of another government shutdown. CBS's Allison Keyes explains.
Senators unanimously approved a resolution to withhold their pay the next time there's a government shutdown until it is over. Republican Senator John Kennedy sponsored the resolution.
Shutting down government should not be a default solution.
Senators make $174,000 a year, but many are independently wealthy. The measure takes effect after the November elections, but it does not apply to the U.S. House. Allison Keyes, CBS News, Washington.
China's Xi Jinping warns President Trump that the two countries could clash over Taiwan if the issue is not handled properly. CBS News national security contributor Samantha Vinograd says the reunification of Taiwan with China is very important to them.
The U.S. intelligence community has assessed that the Chinese government isn't planning an invasion of Taiwan in 2027, but they're setting the conditions for reunification. And they want both actions and a change in words from the United States.
Truck safety advocates call it a major victory. A Supreme Court ruling may open up trucking companies to lawsuits over crashes on the basis of the drivers they hire.
In a unanimous ruling, the U.S. Supreme Court will allow victims of deadly crashes to sue some of America's biggest brokers, which hire trucking companies to move goods.
Delilah Colvin was only 5 years old in June 2024 when a 18-wheel tractor trailer plowed into her.
President Trump during the State of the Union. Though the president focused on the immigration status of the driver, the High Court's ruling in a separate case will allow Coleman's lawsuit against the trucking broker C.H. Robinson to proceed. Heather Bosch, CBS News.
The top spokesman for Health and Human Services, Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., has resigned. CBS's Linda Kenyon.
Rich Danger cited irreconcilable differences with the administration, which supported marketing approval of e-cigarette flavors that could appeal to children. Danger's resignation follows the resignation of the FDA Commissioner Marty McCary, who also objected to the approval.
Last week, the Trump administration approved the sale of blueberry and mango-flavored nicotine vaping pods. Across Havana, Cuba, protests have been breaking out as the city deals with the worst rolling blackouts it has had in decades. An ongoing U.S. blockade has been cutting the island off from fuel imports. Cuba's Energy and Mines Minister says that the country has run out of diesel and fuel oil and that the power grid is in a critical state. A U.S. delegation visited Cuba today. This is CBS News.
I want to know what's going on in the world. I'm Tony. There are big questions that all of us are asking. I want to get you the answers. How are you? I'm Tony DeCopel. Join me on the CBS Evening News.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Former New Britain Mayor Erin Stewart has suspended her campaign for governor amid an ongoing investigation into Stewart's use of her city-issued credit card during her time as mayor. Stewart was considered to be the front-runner in the Republican gubernatorial campaign. She suspended her campaign earlier this morning, just a short time after a just-released report alleges that Stewart, quote, showed a reckless disregard for policies that govern the use of public funds. That statement comes from the report released by the Crombie Law Group hired by current Democratic New Britain Mayor Bobby Sanchez. The report alleges that Stewart's use of the city-issued credit card was, quote, consistently used to fund routine living expenses. This morning, Connecticut State Police confirmed they had been commissioned to begin an investigation In a statement released in conjunction with the suspension of her campaign, Stewart said in part, quote, "I take the allegations that have been made against me very seriously, and for that reason, I am suspending my gubernatorial campaign effective immediately so that I can focus on addressing those claims." Later in the statement, Stewart also said, quote, "I have spoken to Senator Ryan Fazio and informed him of my decision. I also told him that he has my full support in becoming our party's nominee, and I encourage all delegates who are supporting me to now support him." She ended the statement with, quote, "It is my intention not only to suspend my campaign, but also to step back from public life as I do what is necessary to address these questions and make things right." Connecticut State Police are identifying the third person who died in a crash on Route 15 in Stratford. 1-year-old Yanilette DePaz was one of 3 people in a Honda Civic that was involved in a 3-vehicle crash on Sunday morning. The crash also claimed the lives of 29-year-old Maria Vasquez-Chacon and 21-year-old Jocelyn Vasquez-Chacon. The driver of the Lexus that allegedly caused the crash fled from the scene. And in an update, Connecticut State Police say they have now served 2 warrants on the driver of the Lexus. The suspect's lawyer, Darnell Crosland, confirmed that state police served 2 warrants today, one for a cotton swab on the inside of the suspect's cheek to obtain DNA, and the other for a body scan to check for injuries connected to the crash. Crosland said he advised his client not to participate in an interview with police. State police said the investigation remains active. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
If you're heading northbound from the state line to Milford, it's pretty even whether you take 95 or the Merritt. It's going to take you about an hour and 10 to 15 minutes. Sponsored by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Conveniently open to fit your schedules. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Showers this evening and overnight near 50. Any showers end by midday Friday, clearing by later in the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. Saturday, sunny and warmer with a high in the upper 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yes, kids. Grandma, grandpa, how are you? Oh, yeah, it's time for the big 5 o'clock hour. Yes, another 52 minutes and 4 seconds of this merriment here. In case you missed it, you may be getting in your vehicle of choice saying, wait a minute, what did I hear about Erin Stewart? Well, she has not ended. There's a technical reason you don't end your campaign, but you suspend your campaign for governor 2 days, actually 1 day. The GOP convention starts tomorrow out at Mohegan Sun. And so now, with all this impending legal stuff hanging over her head, investigations, the state police are involved here. Certainly looks like Ryan Fazio will get the nomination at the convention this Saturday over the weekend. Will Betsy McCoy get any trailing delegates from the pile of delegates that Erin Stewart had to maybe cause a primary? Who knows? Joining us right now from WTNH News 8's Capitol Report every Sunday morning at 10:30, campaign veteran, PR professional Liz Karantowicz is on the phone with us. Liz, it's been a while. It's Paul here. Good afternoon. How are you?
Hi, Paul. I'm well, thank you. How are you?
I'm good. And Liz, you can't script this, Liz. I've been going for 3 hours on this. I think she did the right thing. What do you think?
Yes, I agree. I mean, I think that she did the right thing for so many reasons in suspending the campaign. And, you know, I've been talking to folks all over the state about this issue for the last few weeks, obviously. And I think there's just been a prevailing heaviness among folks, not just Republicans, but Democrats and unaffiliated people who are participating in all of these things. And I think people just feel there's just a heaviness that I think people want to just not have to go through this again, frankly, in the state of Connecticut.
Yeah, and Liz, it's interesting because Look, she tried to run once in 2018. People said it was too soon. She dropped out, if you remember. So she's running here.
I remember, yes.
Yeah, she was able to get she wasn't sure about the primary funding, but the funding for the general election. So it's like, all right, this is going to be entertaining here, even for somebody that wouldn't vote for her. But you look at this and you say, man, on the surface, Liz, and you and I have dealt with candidates before, on the surface, everything can look really good and a golden boy or a golden girl here. But then you get something that happens and you say, how the heck did that happen? You know what I mean?
I do. And I think there's just, look, I think we're unfortunately far from over in the investigative process here, and that has to play out. And I think that for that reason, Erin did the right thing in getting out. She needs to focus on rallying her legal team and dealing with and confronting the investigation head on and for getting through that piece of this. Because the campaign is something that, frankly, is secondary to that.
And Liz, and the guest is Liz Karantowicz from the Capitol Report on News 8 Sunday mornings at 10:30. Liz, in a campaign where I'm sure had former Mayor Stewart stayed in, or had the nominee been Betsy McCoy or Ryan Fazio, you know that corruption was a growing theme on these campaigns, so that would have been pretty much impossible, unfortunately, if Erin Stewart had been the nominee, and then this stuff came out.
Correct. And I think that a lot of folks, obviously, in prosecuting the campaign, want to be able to talk about malfeasance and talk about abuse of taxpayer dollars. And had this come out, and Erin was the nominee, obviously that wouldn't have been possible. But I think everybody right now is trying to sort of look ahead. Obviously, we have the convention coming up this weekend, and everyone is sort of shifting gears. Both on the Democrat side, Governor Lamont has a challenge from Josh Elliott, who is saying he has 15% qualified to force a primary. And frankly, Paul, I think with the shifting dynamic on the Republican side, there is a better than not chance that the Republicans end up in a primary as well. There are a lot of folks that are coming from, the 5th congressional district, all the western part of the state, that have to drive all the way across the state to go to a convention. And that was really a stronghold for Erin Stewart. And so those folks are going to have to decide whether they want to drive all the way to the Mohegan Sun to go to a convention that they may not be that excited about. And if those, right now there's 1,100 delegates that were elected. If that number goes down, to 800 or 900, the threshold for Betsy to qualify for a primary goes way down, right? And so, she could qualify to be on the ballot with anywhere from 120, 150 votes.
Wow. And I'm seeing...
which is a very feasible number, considering she's been all over the state talking to town committees and making herself known. And her message to a lot of folks is very compelling, and she's an incredibly compelling speaker. So I think this is not a foregone conclusion. I think Ryan will win the nomination. But there is still a better than not chance, in my view, that Betsy McCoy is potentially going to be able to qualify for a primary.
Yeah, and then, Liz, we have the scenario, and I'm a registered Republican, and I do not shy away from informing my registered sister and brethren of the Republican Party. Listen, you can vote for who you want, I say, but we saw what happened in 2018 when Mark Boughton was the party-endorsed candidate. We saw what happened a few years ago for a Senate seat when Themis Claridis was the endorsed candidate, and everybody's going, look at that, Dick Blumenthal's at 50%, let's rock. We all know what happened. So I think, Liz, in deference to no one here, I'm being right up front, I think the Republican voters of this state should be careful for what they wish for if they're not on board here. But that's just me.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think you're right. Gone are the days where the party nomination, frankly, means something when you go to a primary, right? I mean, in 2018, you had David Stemmerman and Bob Stefanowski, who went the signature route, didn't even go to the convention.
Yeah.
And you're right to point out what happened in 2022 in the Senate primary. I mean, Themis Klarides went into that convention with over 70% support among the delegates, and came out at about, I think it was 54% and 2 primary opponents.
Yeah.
And then went on to lose the primary. So I think there are no foregone conclusions. I will say Ryan Fazio has qualified for his public financing grant.
Okay.
Betsy was very far away from qualifying for that grant at the time of the last campaign finance report. So I think there's still a long way to go here, but it's certainly going to be an interesting few days, both for the Democrats and the Republicans in the convention.
Yeah, and final question, Liz. So you do think what we might see that was unheard of a few months ago, you do think Josh Elliott does go through and doesn't just release his delegates and say, hey, I was just here to make a point. I don't want to cripple Governor Lamont and getting a Republican elected. Are you hearing he will go through with a primary, or do we not know?
I think he will. I think the only thing that would stop him would be if he does not get the public financing grant. And he has until July to apply for the primary grant that would give him about $3.5 million to spend in about a month, which is an awful lot of money for radio ads to buy, Paul.
There we go. Hey, you know what? You know what, Liz? I've had people on this show who say, oh, he's got no shot. And I say, yeah. And Zoran Mamdani was a young backbench member of the General Assembly of the New York State Assembly, and people laughed at him because he was a failed rapper. How did that work out, right?
Look at Luke Bronin.
Yes.
Luke Bronin just shocked John Larson. If my contention, if John Larson, who had gotten his delegates in the first round and not tried to get people to switch for Gillian Gilchrist to get her to 15%, he might have won it on the first ballot and been done. He didn't. Bronin comes back, and now he's faced with not being the party nominee for the first time in 100 years. So anything is possible.
Hey, it's only
right?
It's only 97 years, Liz. Now, come on, don't go the extra 100 years. Hey, great stuff, Liz Karantowicz. You see her along with our regular contributor, John McKinney, and you know me loving the king over there, our buddy Tom Dudchick. It's the Capitol Tom Dudchick. Yes, say it loud and say it proud. The Capitol Report every Sunday morning, 10:30 on WTNH News 8. Liz, enjoy the weekend, and we will chat down the road. Appreciate it.
We will. Thanks so much for having me.
Appreciate it, Liz. Thanks. Liz Karantowicz, who is a long-time Connecticut political establishment person there, public relations executive, campaign person, worked with Governor Rell for years. And there you go. All right. How about that? Traffic and weather together right here. WICC.
When we say you can listen to the voice of Connecticut anywhere, we really mean it. You can stream us at work or listen in your car. And that's just on your phone. We've totally redesigned our smartphone app, and now it's easier to use. Listen live, find podcasts, keep up to date with everything going on in Connecticut. And it's still totally free. Just go to your app store now and search for WICC.
The following message is brought to you by the Fairfield Law Offices of Estate, Trust, and Probate Attorneys Eliasson and Tenor, online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
If you are suddenly hurt or seriously ill and can't speak for yourself, what could happen to you and your family and all you care about? Will life-changing decisions be made by strangers? We all face legal, financial, and physical challenges every day at all stages of life. Don't leave important matters to chance, and don't wait until you are elderly. No one can predict what the future holds for us. So even young adults and young couples, everyone, should be prepared for the unexpected. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, the gift of peace of mind.
Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Eliason and Tenor, 203-336-2566. Protecting your family's future. Eliason and Tenor. For peace of mind, 203-336-2566.
We had a harsh, long, cold winter, and with spring finally here, K&J Tree Service would love to come out and do a free tree risk assessment, and I had this done at my house last year, and I'm so grateful for that. They will actually check the health of your trees and then give you recommendations on work to be done. We didn't actually have to remove any trees from our property, but tree trimming and limb removal, that was essential to make sure that our trees were in good shape. At K&J Tree Service, they are also offering special discounts to my listeners, including $250 off of jobs that are $2,500 or more, $500 off of jobs that are $5,000 or more. Is your yard ready for spring after this terrible winter? At K&J Tree Service, they care for your trees like your family. Schedule a free tree health assessment today and let the experts ensure that your trees are going to thrive in these warmer months ahead. Check out kjtreeservice.com to book that free evaluation. That's kjtreeservice.com or call 203-248-TREE.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Hey, it's Steve Basso from Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC again. There's no better time than right now to service or repair that AC system. Even install new or replace your existing system. Did you know high-efficiency ductless systems use up to 50% less electricity? Call us today at 203-335-0224. That's 203-335-0224. On the web at bassophac.com. And remember, everything's better with Basso.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
If you're heading northbound from the state line to Milford, it's pretty even whether you take 95 or the Merritt. It's going to take you about an hour and 10 to 15 minutes. Sponsored by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Conveniently open to fit your schedules. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, there will be showers with a low near 50. Any showers end by midday Friday, clearing later in the afternoon. Partly sunny with a high in the mid-60s. Saturday, sunny and warm with a high in the upper 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Monroe's live and local news source for 100 years. The voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, good to have you here at 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Open phones now, the rest of the way, talk or text. By the way, just so you know here, it's now official. The WNBA and the NBA's Board of Governors, which essentially runs the WNBA, they've unanimously okayed the sale and the relocation of the Connecticut Sun from the Mohegan Sun Arena and the Mohegans out there in Uncasville to the owner of the Houston Rockets, Tillman J. Fertitta. The league announced yesterday, came down yesterday. So the Connecticut Sun are officially no more. Listen, they were drawing well. Ticket sales were good. But again, as I said, Connecticut may have 3.5 million people, and some of them are very, prosperous, and there's money to be made, but not on a major league level. It's just not here. So listen, we have great college sports with, UConn and Quinnipiac and Yale and Sacred Heart and Fairfield and all that. And, we've got the great AA franchise, the Hartford Yard Goats, still have the Hartford Wolfpack, even though the Bridgeport Islanders / Sound Tigers are leaving. But, I know a lot of people are still upset about this, but there really is no pro sports, big advertiser, big corporate sponsor who gets pitched to sink $100 or $200 million into league operations that is going to say, "Oh, thank God you have a team in Mohegan, Connecticut." It's sad, but listen, we are what we are, and we have great minor league baseball, and one step below the NHL, and 2 teams now in the AA level, the equivalent of AA level, the feeder system for Major League Soccer, so it is what it is. But it is too bad. You know, you don't like that when people take this seriously, even though they may say, well, I'm not a big fan, but I'm sorry to hear that. Because people, when their lives aren't going well or when their business stuff isn't going well, you know, it's nice to, you know, when the Whalers were around to see Hartford playing Boston, seeing Hartford play New York or Chicago or whatever. And, you know, the WNBA with you know, the Connecticut Sun playing Las Vegas or New York or Chicago or Indiana, but it just is what it is. The Connecticut Sun will play the remainder of this season. Some games on the reservation, some games in Hartford, and another game at the TD Garden in Boston before relocating to Houston ahead of the 2027 campaign. So there you go. It was nice while it lasted. 23 years here? It's a nice run. It's a nice run. It is. So kudos to them. The new owner is a guy that owns the Houston Rockets and an entertainment company, Tillman Fertitta. He's also the U.S. ambassador to Italy. Hopefully I won't have to say his name anymore because it's every ounce of my being to say Tillman Fertitta and not Tillman Frittata.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Crash on 95 northbound recently reported in Milford between exits 37 and 38. The left lane is closed. Sponsored by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. You can reduce taxes you pay on your retirement income and keep the money you have saved with Bridgelight Financial Advisors tax-saving strategies. Learn more at bridgelightadvisors.com. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Showers this evening and overnight near 50. Any showers end by midday Friday, clearing by later in the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. Saturday, sunny and warmer with a high in the upper 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
This is the Concert Guide, powered by Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
We are in the midst of a huge month of concerts. Sunday, May 17th, Blackstreet is at Mohegan Sun. Saturday, May 23rd, you have a choice. Dave Matthews and John Fogerty jamming at the Greenwich Town Party, or see Charlie Puth bringing down the Mohegan Sun Arena. Thursday, May 28th, you got another great pair of shows to pick from. Lou Graham at the Stanford Center for the Arts and Khalid at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater in Bridgeport. Friday, May 29th, it's 5 Seconds of Summer at Mohegan Sun. Then kicking off June, Friday, June 5th, Jason Mraz at Foxwoods Casino. Saturday, June 6th, Machine Gun Kelly at Meadows Music Theater. Monday, June 22nd, it's Post Malone and Jelly Roll at Frenchler Field in Hartford.
The Concert Guide. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, get fresh food served fast at any one of Duchess restaurants located throughout Connecticut. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. After meeting with President Xi Jinping in China, President Trump has told Fox News' Sean Hannity that when it comes to Iran,
President Xi would like to see a deal made. He would like to see a deal made. And he did offer, he said, if I can be of any help at all, I would like to be of help.
The Senate Armed Services Committee is holding a hearing on the 2027 budget for U.S. Central and Africa commands. CENTCOM Commander Admiral Brad Cooper was asked about the threat that Iran poses.
The degradation means it's been significant. but some residual capability does exist.
Georgia Republican Governor Brian Kemp calls for a special session to redraw congressional districts after a Supreme Court ruling. CBS's Skylar Henry in Atlanta.
Democrats already livid about this, threatening legal steps to try to challenge any of the new redistricting that will come into effect.
CBS News Brief, I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Former New Britain Mayor Erin Stewart has suspended her campaign for governor amid an ongoing investigation into Stewart's use of her city-issued credit card during her time as mayor. Stewart was considered to be the front-runner in the Republican gubernatorial campaign. She suspended her campaign earlier this morning, just a short time after a just-released report alleges that Stewart, quote, showed a reckless disregard for policies that govern the use of public funds. That statement comes from the report released by the Crombie Law Group hired by current Democratic New Britain Mayor Bobby Sanchez. The report alleges that Stewart's use of the city-issued credit card was, quote, consistently used to fund routine living expenses. This morning, Connecticut State Police confirmed they had been commissioned to begin an investigation. In a statement released in conjunction with the suspension of her campaign, Stewart said in part, quote, I take the allegations that have been made against me very seriously, and for that reason, I am suspending my gubernatorial campaign effective immediately so that I can focus on addressing those claims. Later in the statement, Stewart also said, quote, I have spoken to Senator Ryan Fazio and informed him of my decision. I also told him that he has my full support in becoming our party's nominee, and I encourage all delegates who were supporting me to now support him. She ended the statement with, quote, it is my intention not only to suspend my campaign, but also to step back from public life as I do what is necessary to address these questions and make things right. Former Connecticut First Lady Nikki O'Neill has died. She was the wife of the late Governor William O'Neill, who was in office from 1980 to 1991. Connecticut 1st District Democratic Congressman John Larson said Nikki O'Neill served the state with honor, grace, and dignity. 2nd District Democratic Congressman Joe Courtney said her gregarious, sharp wit will be missed but not forgotten. Mrs. O'Neill was 90 years old. Connecticut health officials have confirmed the state's first case of Clade 1 Mpox, formerly known as monkeypox, in a resident who recently traveled to Western Europe, where the virus has spread. The Connecticut Department of Public Health said the case was identified and confirmed at the State Public Health Laboratory in Rocky Hill, adding that there's currently no broader public health threat connected to the isolated case. Health experts say Mpox symptoms can include fever, headache, and a distinctive rash, with the virus spreading through close physical contact and remaining contagious until lesions fully heal. Officials are urging people at higher risk to stay informed about symptoms and vaccination options as health agencies continue to monitor for additional cases. A police chase that started in Massachusetts ended in Connecticut on Interstate 84. 2 people, including 1 victim, were airlifted to a hospital in Hartford. Massachusetts State Police used stop sticks on a BMW near the border before they handed the chase off to Connecticut State Police. The BMW then struck an embankment at a way station near Union. Police have charged passenger Elijah Bow of North Carolina with theft and intent to sell a controlled substance, while driver Elijah Cowan of New York is awaiting charges. A Connecticut teenager is facing murder charges for a fatal shooting in a botched robbery. The incident happened in 2024 when 19-year-old Desiree Aitken was just 17. Police say she shot 38-year-old Keno Williams in the back of the head after a plan to steal marijuana from him went sideways. Aitken and a second suspect, Angel Bawden Mitchell, allegedly arranged a deal with Williams for drugs in exchange for sexual favors before a 4th man approached the vehicle they were in, causing Aitken to shoot Williams and crash his car. Bawden Mitchell has been sentenced to 27 years in prison for her role in the death. New Haven Mayor Justin Elicker must stop speaking publicly about a wrongful conviction case. That ruling was ordered by a federal judge after an interview with NBC Connecticut on April 30th. The case stems from a 1990 double murder involving police misconduct. One man, Stefan Morant, spent 21 years in prison until his release in 2015 and was later exonerated, while another man who was convicted and exonerated received a $9 million settlement with the city. Morant is suing the New Haven Police Department in response. Governor Ned Lamont is planning to deliver $22.5 million to Connecticut dairy farmers. The money is part of a pot of $500 million set aside to fill funding gaps created by Congress during a wave of cuts to federal services. The funding is going to help farmers cover increasing costs of diesel, fuel, and fertilizers. In order to release the funds, Lamont must get approval from a group of 6 legislative leaders, including 2 top Republicans. The group of 6 has 24 hours to block the spending, or they can allow the plan to proceed. Bombardier is launching a training program in Connecticut, expanding the state's footprint in aerospace. The program is part of an accelerated pathway for maintenance technicians to get new certifications. It will give the company flexibility to fill high-demand careers quickly as well. A Connecticut career specialist says the aviation tech industry has a higher need than the number of students graduating through traditional programs. The program will be started at the company's service center at Bradley International Airport. And the sale of the Connecticut Sun was finalized by the WNBA and NBA last night, and the team will move to Houston next year. Despite efforts to stop the move, the team was purchased from the Mohegan tribe by the owner of the Houston Rockets, Tillman Fertitta. The Suns' final season in Connecticut is off to a poor start with an 0-3 record. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Crash on 95 northbound recently reported in Milford between exits 37 and 38. The left lane is closed. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, there will be showers below near 50. Any showers end by midday Friday, clearing later in the afternoon. Partly sunny with a high in the mid-60s. Saturday, sunny and warm with a high in the upper 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Norwalk is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Listen carefully. I'm all for freedom of speech. I am. And if a talk show host like me, or particularly somebody on TV or The View during the day, if they want to say something that they want to say in relationship to the freedom of speech and the First Amendment here in the country, go ahead, have at it. You're all multimillionaires. You claim you care about people. You know, you're multimillionaires. Now, having said that, and I am not in favor, with a capital not, N-O-T, I am not in favor of the Trump-led FCC threatening CBS and Paramount and Skydance and threatening Disney and ABC because of all these nighttime comedians who, listen, they're the cause of this. You know, look, I may be old now, but geez, you and I were we passed through an era. And the reason I'm seeing this is I'm looking on TV, which I have to stop doing, because it makes my eyes pop out of my head. Hold on, where's my left eye? It's over here. No, seriously. Wait a minute, hold on. That's it, I got it back. Ooh, got to adjust it. But seriously, I mean, the fact that Stephen Colbert's leaving. Oh, let's have a national day of sorrow here. Now, listen, having said that, Kimmel, Colbert, everybody, if they can make money doing what they're doing, fine. But they do it bashing Trump. And again, you can do it over and over again. I don't care. But could we stop, treating these nighttime hosts like they're the apostles with Jesus at the last freaking supper? And you know what? The FCC has a point, and Trump has a point too, although the last thing, if idiocy is working in your favor, then don't remove it. if you see that if you see that your enemy has a cancerous lesion on it, some people would say, well, no, don't do that. But let him suffer the consequences here. And I'm not wishing death on anybody. I'm not really. But the White House and the FCC, their maniacal, what's the word I'm looking for? Their maniacal concern of what late night hosts say. Who gives an SH? Who cares? Well, they bash Trump. Well, yeah. Because if they couldn't, they'd have no material. Do you understand? These guys and gals are so bereft of doing something that Johnny Carson used to do, or Jay Leno used to do, or even Arsenio Hall used to do. Yeah, they did a monologue, but it was they can't do down the middle because the network sales departments are saying you better write stuff for Trump haters out there and young Trump haters, which is fine. You want to hate Trump, but you have to understand, you conservatives out there who actually get all inflamed about what Stephen Colbert says. Why? Who cares? But the networks tell Colbert and they tell Kimmel and they tell, all these people, hey, make sure you bash Trump because we need young demographics to sell the ads. And even if they sell the ads, the numbers right now compared to what Carson and Letterman and Leno and Arsenio used to get, their numbers suck. So, I'm sorry I had to vent. There was a vent moment here. And listen, so they're going off network television. They can still stream something. You've got, Joe Rogan gets 11 or 12 million views or downloads from his podcast every week. He helped Trump get elected. But you know what? There is, and as much as I am not for censorship, especially if the people you're trying to censor sound like morons. No. Let them talk. Let them talk, Mr. President and Brendan Carr at the FCC. Let them talk. Just let them talk. And there is a point, though. A lot of people don't realize that talk shows in and of themselves were kind of given a wink and a nod not to have to go by the fairness doctrine, which there's still a law in broadcasting that says, hey, if you're going to do stuff and you're going to make commentary to one side, you kind of got to even it. And I get it. That was from when there were 3 networks on television and 4 networks on radio. I get it. But, they do have a little bit of a point here, I think, in which they should use just to scare these people. Do not pull them off the air because then you stoop to their level. But, The View. I tried to watch 10 minutes of The View the other day, which is considered balanced when you have 5 lefties and 1 pseudo-conservative there. But as my mother used to say, mod on Joy Behar, Joy Behar and what's her name there? Whoopi Goldberg, getting old. Can they go more than 2 minutes without bashing Trump or any or any Republican? And you may say, well, that's freedom of speech. All right, but it's kind of a political program, is it not? Have the late night shows devolved into just constant bashing that if they're only going to do it to one side, should people know that, hey, this could kind of technically run up against the law? You don't think if there was an outrageously right-wing comedian on that told nothing for 4 or 8 years but Barack Obama jokes and made fun of his hair and his skin and whatever, you don't think that some lefties would be all up in arms going, it's unfair, they're criticizing the president every night. So again, whatever these guys do, whatever these Late night people, I wish them nothing but the best. I hope they make a gazillion dollars. A gazillion one, gazillion two, whatever. But, Mr. President, I know you're listening. You're in China, but you have us on a special hookup there. No, don't pull these people off the air. Brendan Carr of the FCC, don't waste your time. Don't lower yourself to the imbecilic jokes.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance, the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
When life turns uncertain, Bridgeport Rescue Mission is here, providing food, shelter, and support to local families and individuals when they need it most.
Did you know that through our Abundant Life program for homeless recovery, residents receive meals, clothing, and counseling to rebuild their lives?
Give today for hope for tomorrow. Go to bridgeportrescuemission.org. Let your donation restore hope. bridgeportrescuemission.org.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-979-3535. That's 800-979-3535. 800-979-3535.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Crash on 95 northbound recently reported in Milford between exit 37 and 38. The left lane is closed. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
Showers this evening and overnight near 50. Any showers end by midday Friday, clearing by later in the afternoon with a high in the mid-60s. Saturday, sunny and warmer with a high in the upper 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If it's Bridgeport, the Valley, Fairfield County, and affecting your world, Paul Pacelli is talking about it. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
You know, having been a guy that, and to some point still does college sports here, and I love doing it, whether it's where I'm doing now for Sacred Heart or did it years ago for Quinnipiac. The whole landscape, I guess the word is different now with what they call nil money, name, image, and likeness. So basically, you're paying college players, certain college players at certain universities and certain schools to play. Now, the argument to that is, well, wait a minute. College athletes weren't getting paid for making them the schools millions of dollars. Well, they were kind of getting an education that could come in at $200,000 or $300,000 for 4 years. Something that a lot of people couldn't afford. I mean, even with loans and grants and everything, there's a lot of people who can't afford college. Okay, so that be it. So UConn is reloading again, and you heard Coach Hurley, Dan Hurley, say, well, I need basically to compete next year. UConn needs $14 million from somebody to get a competitive roster. So pony up. That's basically what he was saying. And you see this happening all over the area. St. John's has a bunch of new players coming in, and Mike Rapoli he's a big energy drink guy. I guess he's a St. John's alum. Guy's worth billions of dollars. So Yeah, okay, we still tune in. The NCAA is expanding its tournament next year, whatever. Okay. But it's sad that there is, and I'm not saying you can't, as a university, as many schools do, even around here that I know, go to donors and say, hey, can we have some money? That's great. You can do that. But it's sad when some of the secondary sports, and I'm not even talking varsity level sports, but clubs and activities suffer here. But I know what you're going to say about that, Trump. Yeah, but they could have financed Trump. Now, there's a story. The reason I bring this up is UConn is cutting ties or funding with 22 club sports. Immediate consequences for athletes. Archery, all right, who knew UConn had an archery club? But this is the fascinating thing. Archery, dressage, that's the horseback riding where you're putting the horse through, subtle paces, subtle gallops, whatever, jumps, whatever, dressage. And who knew? Skydiving are among 14 UConn teams that have been demoted from club sports status, while they and 22 other teams are losing all of their funding from UConn Rec. The department is severing ties with those 14 club teams. And what a club team is, it's a team that competes not on an NCAA varsity level. In fact, one of the biggest club levels in sports around the country is, because I'm a hockey guy, the hockey club level hockey, even at schools that have varsity teams like Yale, Quinnipiac, UConn, Sacred Heart, they also have very accomplished club teams that may have guys or gals on them who were all state, all county, all city, all division in basketball and baseball and hockey, but they may not want to compete at a varsity level, or there's no room on the varsity, the regular NCAA level. UConn's athletic department is severing ties with 14 club teams, which UConn spokesperson Stephanie Reitz also said includes men's crew, cycling, equestrian, gymnastics, kickline, polo, running, sailing, ski, tap, and woodsman. Yes, they have a woodsman team. Who knew that? Word of the demotions came early in the spring semester, but the cuts take effect July 1. That will leave the teams to rely solely on financial support from the undergraduate student government, UConn Foundation donors, and their own fundraising. Student club leaders say many of the teams being cut only get... Now, here's the thing. Come on. What's UConn's budget? How many $1 billion? This is what I mean. Many of the schools being cut only, you know what they get from UConn, the UConn rec department there, and they're cutting this, right? Seriously. According to the Hartford Courant, they get $1,000 a year. And they're being cut. A UConn budget document obtained through a FOIA request shows that the department was spending $50,000 on club sports. Club sports, 50, multiple teams. And the according to this at UConn, the outlay is $50,000. Isn't that what Dan Hurley makes in like a month? Seriously. And I don't besmirch any coach. The notoriety that Dan Hurley brings to UConn through basketball and Gino Auriemma, you couldn't pay for that. I mean, there's people say, oh, they're spending money. Believe me, the return on investment here is monumental. Just to get on 1 or 2 rounds for March Madness on television, you know how much it would cost you to buy that time? But having said that, $50,000. The demoted teams were informed via email by UConn Rec, which described it as an opportunity for the team. According to a member of the ski club, Trevor Buckridge. He said, in reality, what's being labeled as an opportunity is the removal of funding, structure, and institutional support that teams have relied on for years. The language feels not only misleading, but dismissive of the real impact on student athletes. $1,000 a team. Shame on you, UConn. And you got UConn Health Center faculty members making $1 million a year, which, again, if they're good at what they do and they repair somebody's heart or do intricate brain surgery, God bless you. But you're come on. See, this is the kind of thing where if I was governor, I'd get whoever's at UConn on the phone and I would say, what the F is wrong with you? You're paying our buddy Danny Hurley there $9, $10, $11 million a year, and you cut $1,000 from these sports clubs? And you've got the marquee men's college basketball coach, not just in the state, but maybe in America, saying, well, I need $14 million. Let's go. Pony up for next year. Come on. This is so infuriating. The demotion has upset many club sports members who say they built their teams into close-knit groups. Chase Hatch, secretary of the UConn Woodsman's Club, it's a bunch of people who do, like, lumberjack stuff, says it has 25 to 30 members who compete in 8 competitions a year in timber sports that include chopping wood and chainsaw events that replicate what lumberjacks do on the job. How cool is that? No, but if you're UConn, you got to make sure that, a lot of your staff is overpaid. I'm sorry. I just had a vent on that. Mind-numbing. $1,000, $50,000. Oh, but it's an opportunity. Go raise money yourself. Yeah, I got your opportunity right here. You see this? Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Crash on 95 northbound recently reported in Milford between exits 37 and 38. The left lane is closed. Paul Goodman, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, there will be showers below near 50. Any showers end by midday Friday, clearing later in the afternoon. Partly sunny with a high in the mid-60s. Saturday, sunny and warm with a high in the upper 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Shopping Anyway connects those who ask, how can I help, with those who say, here's what we need. Hi, I'm Christina Preet, lifelong Connecticut resident and founder of the free mobile app Shopping Anyway. Always know what your favorite cause needs. Download the app at shoppinganyway.com. Nonprofit leaders and members of nonprofit boards, join us for an informational Zoom meeting in May to learn about how the Shopping Anyway tool can help engage donors and communicate all your needs. Go to the Bridgeport Regional Business Council's events page at brbc.org and register to learn about all that Shopping Anyway can do.
This is Mar Jennings, and I'm inviting you to join me for an unforgettable and inspiring night. My brand new one-man show. It's funny, it's heartfelt, it's all true. Come laugh with me, reflect with me, and maybe even see your own story in mine. Friday, May 22nd at the Sacred Heart Community Theater in Fairfield. 100% of the proceeds are going to the Center for Family Justice. Tickets are on sale now.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
And I'll leave you with this. I don't know whether you've been following this, but there's a guy named Spencer Pratt out there, Pratt, and he's a reality show. He was on some reality show. I don't know. I barely watch TV. I watch so little TV. It's amazing. Anyway, this guy Spencer Pratt is upset because he lost a very nice home in those L.A. fires. Remember the wildfires from last year, a year and a half ago? And there are people now on both sides of the aisle blaming Karen Bass, the mayor of L.A., for being complacent in that and not heeding warnings and whatever. Karen Bass, who, by the way, was I believe, a follower and admirer of Fidel Castro at one time. There's a shock. So Spencer Pratt basically says, screw you, I'm running for mayor and I'm going to take you down. Folks, I'm telling you, if you get a chance tonight, tomorrow, do me a favor. Go online on your phone or on your PC, your laptop, and Google Spencer Pratt TV commercials. Every commercial He's running for the mayor of L.A. He is show business par excellence, and the satire is amazing. Spencer Pratt, Pratt. Google his campaign commercials against Karen Bass. Magnificent. Chris, thank you.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. Supreme Court preserves access to the widely used abortion pill mifepristone while lawsuits play out. CBS's Allison Keyes.
The High Court's decision means women seeking what's known as the abortion pill can continue to get it at pharmacies through the mail without an in-person visit to a doctor. The drug is the most common method of abortion 4 years after the court overturned Roe v. Wade.
Access is likely to remain uninterrupted at least until well into next year as appeals play out in a suit filed by Louisiana. At their summit, China's President Xi Jinping warns President Trump about differences over Taiwan. CBS's Anna Corin in Beijing.
When the cameras left the Great Hall of the People, this was the first remarks that President Xi delivered to Trump, and that is Taiwan is the most important issue in the U.S.-China relationship, and that if mishandled, then it could lead to conflict. And this obviously was Xi drawing his red line.
Russia hammers Ukraine for a third straight day, flattening a Kyiv apartment block and killing at least 9 people. CBS's Aidan Stretch is in Kyiv.
President Zelensky has said was the largest attack on Ukraine of the war. Firefighters are still here. They're excavating the rubble from this building. They're still trying to find folks underneath. We don't know how many people were